Hey everybody, we're back with the possible finale of Digital Devil Saga. Barring any required grinding that may yet be required. When we last left off, we had defeated the leader of the Brutes, Varin, who revealed some shocking revelations, but also was the final tribe leader. Yeah, I saw you were in the chat when I set the bot up, Ninja. Hey, Chansome. How you doing, buddy? Let me check everybody's mantras, see how we're doing. I'm Spirit, Mediorama. The game just crashed. This is why I've not been doing L1R1 on this. I'm doing good, Chansome. Bear with me a moment while I rework this. That's not right. I will start this. I have to turn the system off. It won't do soft reset. So we'll be right back. Alright. Should have known that was going to happen. If you remember all the way back in, I think, the first session, back when we started this in April, we had the issue of switching characters on the mantra screen. Crashed the game, and it was something we could replicate. So I guess I just got kind of complacent because it had been so long since it had actually crashed. So don't switch mantras on via LRR. So that's Mediorama, Rakunda, that's definitely what I'm after, Godly Beast, which I kind of regret. And Pterodyne. But more importantly, Earthamp. Yeah, so what you missed on Sunday, Chance, we headed into the Brute's base and took care of business. So Varin has been dealt with. That is the last of the tribe leaders taken care of. And now, all that's left is the Karma Temple and the way to Nirvana. What is this on my Discord? It is somebody else's Discord. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, though. The fight against him was pretty interesting, and it was another testament to the adaptive capabilities that are offered by Digital Devil Saga's abilities, the mantra system, particularly the mantra system. This door gonna be open now. The singing was an awkward thing because it was something you couldn't control or predict. You couldn't control who should go for, and sometimes hunger wave would affect everybody, and that was a problem. Just something you had to learn to deal with, try and work your way around. But that's everywhere. You may have noticed as we've gone on that the game has actually subtly zoomed out. Back when we started, all we could see was Muladhara, Svadhisthana, and Sahasrara. Sahasrara. Ra, ooh la la, gaga, ooh la la. Want your bad romance. So, yeah, no, everything's taken care of, and what we're going to do is we're going to head into the Karma Temple and see how much we're going to require to grind, before we can progress. But this is it. Final push. Interesting. Entry is forbidden, but the goal of all of this was to kill the other tribe leaders and then ascend the Karma Temple to Nirvana. So what are they doing? Yeah, the Shin Megami Tensei series tends to take a lot of influence from various ideals. But Digital Devil Saga, I can't remember the specific one. Hinduism, Buddhism, and Gnosticism, I think it is, that it's taking stuff from. Fascinating mishmash of ideas. It's like how particularly the first Persona and probably 2 are heavily based. It's Hinduism, yeah. Like how the first Persona and some of 2 is based on Jungian psychology. I didn't kill 5 tribe leaders and go through all this shit not to climb the Karma Temple, boys. Fascinatingly disturbing. Alright, let's go. If they ain't gonna let us in, we're gonna have to break in. There ain't no getting off this train till the end of the line. Great. My favourite ability. That makes sense. The Shin Megami Tensei series is full of references to so much as it is. So much of it can be very interesting. Okay, is it gonna be lightning? Is it gonna be wind? I'm sorry, I meant force. Oh, I didn't. I chose lightning. I thought it was Zana. I'm an idiot. Party with the Karma Guards. Party hard. Just smack them. Don't smack them. Whatever you do, don't smack them. How much health do these guys have? These are supposed to be regular, right? Oh, shit. They have a Ma-revert? These guys are supposed to be regular enemies? Weak to gun? Nope. Stop. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Okay, definitely transform. Yeah, we'll have to see how we go with all of this. A little hand can stop a gun. It can also stop arm blades made of whatever the arm blades are made of. I'm going to say bone. Bone blades. Could have done with it not being Gale again. Well, there you go. Yep. 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 So, the Karma Temple has immediately proven to be dangerous. We're not even through the door yet. Like, damn. To be fair, guns haven't saved us, like, at all in this game. I don't know why I keep buying bullets. Quick, burn him. Awesome. One day the bullets might be useful. We might find an enemy that's weak to a gun. And one day, maybe we'll be in human form when that happens, and we just manage to find out. One day. Okay, we should definitely heal Cielo. I love it when I get into an RPG. It's so fun. Could it be force that these guys are weak against? I don't think anybody actually has force on them. Let's try this. No. So these guys aren't weak to anything. They null physical. And they have a lot of health. If these guys are regular enemies, we're gonna need to do a lot of grinding. Either that or we're gonna have to specifically buckle down on our dimes and also add some amps. Guy's frozen, I can't even take advantage of it. And no wonder nobody assaulted the Karma Temple. What if the right answer was actually to turn around? Like, what if that's the trick? And this is actually a really difficult but completely pointless fight. Throwing too many resources into this now to turn around. Come on. On Cielo, finish it off. That was nasty. And those guys are regular enemies. I think it was the only thing to do. And let's run away. Round 1. Not pleasant. Yeah, the Maribel's not going to be a bad territory. I want a quick heal and save. And the Maribel's healing save station is close to the entrance. I could go back to our base, but our base requires me to go through like 3 separate rooms that are bigger than these 3 rooms. Let's see. Okay, so we set our Jilla up with something. I'm going to set our Jilla up with Diaharan. I feel like I'm going to get use out of that. And this comes with Samarikon. And then we see what this is. I feel like a grind session is on the horizon. Like, it may be today. But I feel like there's going to be another grind session coming up. I need to figure out some stuff. And the question with the temple is, what direction do we go? We saw a small part of the temple earlier on in the game. That led to a center where the tribe leaders converged. The rest of it is unknown. Look how big that thing looks. Look how complicated that thing looks. I think I recognize that area. Code. Code. Well, I get the feeling Sara remembers some things. Okay, that's a dick move. That's less of a dick move. This doesn't feel very Final Dungeon-y. The confusion, yeah. To their point, if they're going to start refusing us entry to the Karma Temple and deny us access to Nirvana, the fuck was the point of any of it? Silent Hill reference? First name of the second protagonist, last name of the first? Amelia. There's not going to be a happy ending here, you can feel it. See how bad this is gonna go. Oh yeah, there's a save point there. Forgot about that one. So here's gonna be the question. Can we fight those and win and break through? Or is the game gonna force us to go all the way around? find another entrance. Everything's purple. Purple is the colour of finality, I guess. It's the final. Evil! Alright. You could go down both these corridors when we first came in, but they both led to nothing. Colour of nobility. That's actually a fair point. Colour of nobility. Alright, let's actually fight them. Should have set up some dying skills and amps to make this go faster. This was a bad idea. Can't retreat, damn it. Once again, my lack of actual preparation when I knew I should have prepared is gonna create problems. Good work, me. Is there a throne though, or is that just figure of speech on Cielo's part? Because the idea was supposed to be defeat everyone in the junkyard and claim the path to Nirvana. Not so much a case of ruling, but a case of being allowed to escape. Because let's be fair, what is there to rule here? No throne. Nothing worth sticking around for. Smack him with ice. You just heal yourself, Cielo. These guys are primarily doing physical attacks. It might be a good idea to have heat in the party. Wish there was a way to block that. Especially since they're immune to physical and gun. That's a guaranteed wasted turn. Gonna have to set up the dying. Which means Gale's coming out of the party. He doesn't have a dying set up yet. Thankfully, Argilla just got Pterodine. And they're not immune to it. Combine that, if none of them have weaknesses and none of them have particular strengths, then play to our strengths, because our strengths will all do equal damage. Rock and roll. Yeah, throw a Zeo down. Diorama's probably a safe bet. I'd rather not start throwing down revival beads. At our current level of health, Diorama is good enough. I don't necessarily think we need Diaharan. Almost there with Cherubim. Surf, Argilla, and Cielum. Set. Ufu dying. It wasn't bad because I wasn't underestimating them. It's the case of the first fight with any enemy is testing the waters. We tested the waters and the entire thing was deep. There was no shallow end to stand on, so at that point, don't fuck around, I guess. Main thing to take from it. Yeah, I can understand that. Welcome to the stream, Shakja. How you doing, buddy? And Deharan is something we'll want eventually, if the game goes on long enough. Get that Earth Amp. Gonga. Zeodyne is already there. Elec Amp. Replace. Arazi. That'll be fine. Alright, let's head back to the save point. There's one thing you really learn with Shin Megami Tensei 4, with its ability to save anywhere. It's saving all the damn time is a really good idea in a Shin Megami Tensei game. Shakja. Shakja. Yeah, people call you Shaker, Shakia, Shakeja. I don't know. Shakja. Good. You come in just as we're invading Karma Temple. Did I not explore over here earlier? But yeah, it dead ends both sides. There's nothing to go there. You know, you'd be surprised how many people have pronounced my name wrong. It's like, it's mecha-chrono. Mecha and chrono, simple enough words. You'd be surprised how many people have referred to me as Mecha. Hmm. Mecha-chrono. Alright, let's go find Sara. Mecha. Mecha. Get off my terminal. Right, so that's actually the way up. A specific terminal, and if you access it with all 6 tag keys? Tag rings? All 6 leader tag rings? Chase. But the end's very clear there. There's a specific reason whenever somebody new comes into the chat, I'm like, I've tried to make the chat bigger, and I can't for some reason. It's not allowed. There's like all the different colours can be a bit of a problem sometimes. There's a reason why I'll take a minute to focus on the name. That's right. Oh. 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 Yeah, I knew they were never going to get explained. You know, here I thought the way to Nirvana was up, not down. This is going to get more complicated than it should have been, isn't it? Ooh, You talk about the Demi-Fiend fight. Yeah, that's actually a point. Is the Demi-Fiend reference at all in the novels, do you know, Chance? Chansome? I tell you one thing, like, I'm glad this is New Game and not New Game Plus, because that's the perfect excuse not to spend the next 5 hours trying to build up to deal with Demi-Fiend and then spend like another 10 trying to deal with him. It's a shame. I feel like Demi-Fiend's presence here creates an interesting thought that could be a neat implication. Like, link this world conceptually to Lucifer's Call. Process of repurifying discarded information is in progress. Saurus. Sea of Milk is one of the most disturbing things I've read lately. I don't like that. Don't know more about it. Is that a sixth main character in the Embryon? I feel like I might have read something about that. See, those hilarious. I'm thinking in weirdly different contexts, I guess. Yeah, for legal reasons. It does go more off the Japanese name, because in Japan this isn't referred to as Shin Megami Tensei, despite its obvious connections. It's Avatar Tuner. I'm sorry, Gail, I was not listening. I feel like it's something we knew. Yeah, it's, I think it's Digital Devil Saga Avatar Tuner. But the Shin Megami Tensei name was attached in the West, likely for marketing purposes. Yeah, I figured that from this. Several of the people we've already killed were Asuras. Here we go. Hello. Seriously, Sea of Milk. Yeah. Which is kind of interesting considering by this point, wasn't there only one Shin Megami Tensei game sold in the West? It's like you had Lucifer's Call, Nocturne, was released with the Shin Megami Tensei name. I don't think Persona 3 was out yet. Persona 3 was marketed with the Shin Megami Tensei name in the West. But the other Persona games weren't. There was Revelations Persona, there was Revelations the Demon Slayer, Demi Children on Game Boy Color, I think, and Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, and none of them were named Shin Megami Tensei in the West. Abufu dying. Well, let's not do that again. Nice. Well, this is going to be a trial run, I guess. Yeah, but there's also the case especially with Persona, that they weren't Japan. The Japanese part wasn't really prominent until Persona 3 either. I've heard the theory. Was Last Bible released in the West? I've heard the theory that a big part of the reason why Lucifer's Call Nocturne ended up coming to the West was after Fire. Heat. Right, alright. I've heard the reason that they ended up feeling like they could put Lucifer's Call out in the West was because of the surprising success of Disco. A connected theory. So we beat the Karma Guards and they're gone for the minute. So to deal with this. Ice monster weak to fire. Alright. After her first attack, I decided we're going to use that as a trial run. Which is a very common thing with Mega 10 games. You rarely go into a boss fight in late game and expect to win immediately. Yep. It's basically a similar thing to how we ended up dealing with Varin and Lupa. Although Varin was more deliberate than Lupa was. I didn't want to go in here. Why did I go in here? So now we know how to deal with her. We're going to set everything up. So we replace Ice Amp with... We replace Iron Stomach with Ice Amp. We get Agilao back, replace Amp. Oh god, I'm sorry to hear that. It's probably a really expensive game as well. Yo, let me check. So I've got my phone right here. Oh no. Yeah, a lot of the Shin Megami Tensei games have gone right up in price. Hmm. Oh, it's called Devil Children. I was looking for Demi Children. Demi Kids. I think is the thing. Released in the West is Demi Kids. But probably without the Shin Megami Tensei name. Demi Kids Light version, Dark version, they were the ones released outside Japan on Game Boy Advance. They weren't released with the Shin Megami Tensei name. I need to unify everybody's skill list. We can also get rid of Consume for now, which means put Zanma back. So let's say Fire, Ice, Earth, Lightning, Force. Earth, Lightning, Force. So I know how many button presses I need to do on everybody to get the right answer. Something I should have done ages ago. It was needless that I hadn't. Uh, Fire boost, yeah. Fire ice. Already have Zeodyne. Tarazi. And fire boost. You know, I was kind of a similar way after... I want mutual karma on Gale because he's not in battle. Because what did I do? My first SMT game was Devil Survivor on DS. My second was Strange Journey on DS. And this was back before we actually had access to internet at home. So I didn't really know more of them. Internet happened, I think, a couple of months after I got my first console SMT game. I was in the game shop that I used to frequent. Gone now, which is kind of a shame. I was in the game shop that I used to frequent, and they had Lucifer's Call, known in the US as Nocturne. And it was like, Shin Megami Tensei on PS2? Yeah. And I bought it, it was £7. That game hurt. There's not an easy game to deal with. Well, this was... 11 years ago now, maybe? 10 or 11 years ago. Wow. It's like I didn't get a PS3 until 2011. So before then, after I got my PS2 in 2008, I was exploring a lot of what the PS2 had. And between 2008 and 2011, PS2 games were just cheap. There would be some that were expensive, like Rule of Rose was always expensive. But a lot of PS2 games were cheap. I got my Persona 4, brand new, fully sealed, £20. Persona 3, I think, was £10. The most I've paid for a Shin Megami Tensei game is I paid £25 each for sealed copies of the two Devil Summoner games on PS2. Raido Kuzunoa games. Only the first one was released over here. And it was more expensive to buy the first one pre-owned than it would have been to buy the first and the second brand new from the US. Persona 3 and 4, definitely good places to go into them with. I did 4 before 3. Like that change from mainline SMT to Persona was interesting. I still not done the Devil Summoner games. I did like an hour of the first one, and I've not done any of it since. I like this track, this is a good track. At this point, you probably might as well, yeah. I wasn't overly into Devil Survivor 2. I thought the first one was really good, I wasn't into the second one. Mostly I felt like the story was weaker. I'm not big into tactical RPGs anyway. Which is why it's surprising that Devil Survivor got me into the series. Although I say it was my introduction to this series, I did not sort you out. I'd say it was my introduction to this series when Strange Journey really got me into the series. Yeah, the turn of the century Japan setting of the Raido Kuzunoa games is interesting. I spent a bit of time on... That's definitely a good idea, we didn't bring Gale. Spent a bunch of time on Devil Summoner Soul Hackers on 3DS. Just wasn't into it. Should have brought me diorama. Fire Emblem is... shit. Fire Emblem is pretty solid. That went wrong quickly. Fix this. Fire Emblem was really solid, and as strategy RPGs go, turn-based tactical RPGs, Fire Emblem is where I tend to stick. I've been trying to get into Final Fantasy Tactics, and it's just not been working for me. That's when we needed Ice Drain. Really is. I know they're both confused, and she's probably not going to do an ice attack again for a while. Come on. Something. Damn it. Yeah, I've been trying to get into Final Fantasy Tactics, and it's just not hit with me. This thing, like, even with Fire Emblem, like, Fire Emblem's pretty good. It's really hard for me to focus on them because it's still a genre I'm not all that into. People like what they like, and turn-based tactics, it's cool. But the story to gameplay ratio doesn't sit with me, I guess. Yeah, like, I tried to get into Tactics Advance, and it didn't really sit with me. I've been trying to do original Tactics for a while, and I've gone through the first level so many times, and then just not done the next level. Okay, that wasn't helpful. Alright, let me sort this. Get another one. I should have given everybody some kind of drain, but there's been no way to predict it. We'd be just hitting everybody with drain. Confusion. Ultra deal with that. Panacea. Panic. Yeah, that's what it's referred to. Confusion isn't confusion, it's panic. So we die here, we bring in Mipatra, which I know Argilla has. So you do a diorama on Surf. You do a diorama on yourself, Surf. God damn it. You can't call them disc panic. There are no disc panics. You have to call it panacea. Oh, I don't know. Work it into some kind of spray and then call it Patra. Keeping up with the status effects in Shin Megami Tensei games and what spell deals with what status effect is something I've never been able to do well. Okay, so he's confused. What I want to do is Ice Drain. See, I remember Dia because it's just the healing spell. Healing, it's a simple concept. It's like the specific spells which all like correspond to an element. Bufu Ice, Agi Fire, Zio Lightning, Garu Wind, Zan Force. Tarazi, I think, is exclusive to the Digital Devil Saga games, so Terra Earth, but Terra works anyway. Dia is Heal. It's the specific status effect stuff that gets me, and the ones that don't actually. The ones that, like, what corresponds with what. No, I didn't want to do revert. Fuck! We're gonna have to replace Cielo with Heat. The Kajas are tricky. That's not your fault, that's me being an idiot. It would have happened regardless. Okay. I need to take Cielo out of this fight. Nobody else is set up though. Which means we need to game over again. His specific weakness, the status effects is screwing us. Not to mention going into this with Patra and me Patra will be a good idea. Just set up all the skills specifically to deal with this boss. Everybody gets Patra. Everybody gets Patra. Hurry up and die, Cielo. Yeah, you have to take each death as a learning experience. And the learning isn't such a bad thing in Digital Devil Saga because you can just set new abilities. The learning is horrible in stuff like Lucifer's Call because then you've got to refuse a shitload of demons and hope you end up with skills that help. People can complain that Persona 4 Golden introduced the specific thing of letting you choose what is carried over through fusions. People can complain about that, but that is one of the best things this series ever did. Alright. Everybody gets Patra. Everybody gets me Patra because we're not messing around with that shit. Fire boost, replace that. I'll just deal with the MP cost for me Patra because it's just going to be such a problem otherwise. Alright. What am I thinking? Not going into a boss fight with Recon? Why the hell did I get Recon if I'm not going to take it into boss fights? This in particular is my problem. My preparation is never as much as it should be. To be fair, the list could be laid out better, but the preparation is never as much as I should be preparing. Alright, let's go work this one more time. And if it doesn't work then we're grinding until everybody has Agidyne. Until everybody has Agidyne and everybody has Fire Amp. Which thankfully both come with the same mantra, so it'll be fine. One more time! It's weird that these cutscenes that come up here aren't actually labelled as proper cutscenes. Like, they don't have the letterboxing of speech cutscenes, which means you can't skip them. Once more, this time with less death. Welcome to the mecha-chrono stream of Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga, now with 30% less death. I had a feeling they were never going to explain the naked, blindfolded ladies. They're angels, that's what it's got to be. But you came for the death. Clem, we've had like 2 deaths already. How you doing, Clem? Yeah, unskippable cutscenes. It's weird in this because the cutscenes so far, the letterboxed cutscenes that are voiced are skippable. And it's weird that they've specifically chosen these not to be that. I'm not bad. We're working on some stuff, pushing ahead. We're in probably the final dungeon unless we get to the top and there's a surprise extra dungeon. We can't spoil anything. Well, yeah, because death is less healthy. You're getting the same amount of stream, but you're getting less death. It's healthier. And it costs the same. Everybody wins. You're a graveyard supporter. There are no refunds in the mecha-chrono stream. I've been really enjoying Digital Devil Saga, and that's put me in a very awkward position where I'm like, you know, I'm kind of in the mood to do Lucifer's Call. Actually go through it properly. And boy, will there be death if we do that. Death and swearing. You're just mad because you're not getting paid, Bane. Alright, what else did I get? Alright, everything's solid. How you doing, Bane? I actually picked up a ROM hack that I'm really interested in. It's called Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne Hard Type, which has a bunch of interesting quality of life features, rebalancing and stuff. There's some really cool stuff on it, but if you play it on hard, that's where all the difficulty additions are. If you play it on normal, it's the original game with a load of quality of life improvements, which I really like the look of. You get paid in nothing and you like it. Yeah, that game is difficult enough to navigate at the best of times. I can't imagine how much worse it is for you. I've been feeling like recently I might be mildly dyslexic, and that's not helping with the reading. Ninja, don't be inciting rebellions in my chat. I should have brought Mediarama again. Fuck. You see what I mean? Preparation is never enough. Because I always forget something. Which means... medkit. Agilo. What type is she? Dragon. And then do Ice Drain. Because you know, the minute we don't do Ice Drain, she casts that high level spell again. From high level ice. Good thing we came with me, Patra. mecha-chrono approved. I need to stop saying mecha-chrono, otherwise it's going to become like how I actually refer to myself. So how you doing, Bane? The AI on this one has to be smart, because every time Ice Drain goes up, she doesn't do that high level ice spell, but whenever it doesn't, she does it. To be fair, like Bane and I know each other personally in life, and I have referred to Bane in person to a mutual friend as Bane, and then had to correct myself and like, wait, no, his actual name. Alright, do another medkit. And another Agilo. Show me the red numbers. God damn it. Now let's work this out. Get that extra half turn. Revival bead. Do another Agilo with fire boost. And then do a med kit because you don't have fire boost. You see? No Ice Drain there, she immediately does it. Fuck, I forgot Heat was weak to ice. Everything went wrong. I need Meteorama. There's nothing for it. the way she's set up specifically to screw you. By hitting somebody's weakness. Are you secretly Indiana Jones? I don't know, I think about the people I know on Switch who I talk with, and we've got people like Klim, Ninja, Bane, Teak. Like, none of them are really weird names. Yeah, one day we'll do that Indiana Jones game, Emperor's Tomb. Good game. I was really happy they put it on Xbox One's backwards compatible. Remember to put Mediarama on everybody this time. Why do you keep calling him Junior? You're Jones? Junior. I prefer Indiana. We named the dog Indiana. You're named after the dog. Had a lot of good times with that dog. Hey Star, how you doing, buddy? Last Crusade doesn't get enough praise. Like, everybody's all like, Raiders is brilliant. And it's like, yeah, Raiders is great, but Last Crusade though. Yeah, I should get around to doing that Indiana Jones game. It's a bunch of fun. Okay, is it just Argilla that has Mediarama? Probably is. Yeah, it is. That's why she was able to set up for Diaharan. I think I saw Raiders first. I specifically remember that years ago, my mother was like, "Hey, Shaun," because my name is Shaun. You can find it down in the description. There's a film on tonight on BBC One that you might enjoy. I was like, okay, I'm not really doing anything tonight because this was a time when the video games had to be turned off by 9 PM. So I was like, okay, video game off. And we sit down and watch it, and what is it? It's Raiders of the Lost Ark. And then the next week, Temple of Doom was on. And then the week after, Last Crusade was on. And that was how I saw the Indiana Jones trilogy for the first time. It was awesome. Temple of Doom is the weakest, but I wouldn't say Temple of Doom sucks. Temple of Doom has a lot of good going for it. And the biggest problem with Temple of Doom is the girl. Willie is so irritating because her every other line is a scream. I don't know if it was a school night. I will say though, I distinctly remember during my GCSE period, end of high school exams, the big exams, I stayed up later than I should have 3 nights in a row rewatching the Matrix trilogy when they were on TV. Yeah, Temple of Doom is the weakest. I'd still call it a good movie. It's got some good stuff. Mola Ram's a good villain. Mola a great villain. I'd argue like that's one of the things that Temple of Doom has over Raiders, because Raiders doesn't really have a good central villain. There's Belloc, but he's not really a villain. He's just kind of there and works as an antithesis to Indy. He's not really a proper villain. And the Nazis aren't really named. You've got the Gestapo guy who kind of just stands in the background. I don't think so, but like the GCSEs at this point were like 12 years ago. Like, if anything, it's one of the weakest parts of Raiders of the Lost Ark, the resolution in dealing with the villains, because there's not a real villain to deal with. And it's something that Temple of Doom has over it, and Last Crusade really does as well. Donovan, Elsa, and whoever the Nazi guy in that one was, work as a good trio of villains. Whereas in Raiders, there's Belloc, there's the Nazi commander, and there's the Gestapo guy. And the Gestapo guy probably should have been the main villain. But it is like Belloc is the face of the villains in that, but Belloc's not really a villain. Hey, have you sat down and watched the Matrix movies yet? Gotta remember that I've got Rick Arm. But yeah, no, Temple of Doom, I think Temple of Doom's pretty solid. It's the weakest, but I think it's a solid movie, and I've definitely seen worse. Drop them, Dr. Jones! They will be found! You won't! And that bridge scene. Alaram, prepare to meet Kali in hell. It's been a long time since I've rewatched the trilogy. I need to go through them again. In fact, I should probably also rewatch Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, because I've only seen it once. I didn't hate it either. So I need to actually get a proper opinion on it. Throw the med kit out. Because Argilla has fire boost, which means more damage from her Argilao than Surf's. Should have put fire boost on Surf. But if we stay on the ball here, we should hopefully make it out of here okay. I need to rework my tactics for this. We can do this better. Because the order I'm doing this stuff in is wrong. I could be getting more turns per turn. Yeah, we've got the Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb game, which I have on Xbox. It was added as part of the last batch to Xbox One backwards compatibility. Okay, if we start with Agilao. The ending is pretty weak, but I say it's kind of not that much better than the ending to Raiders. The ending to Raiders is really weak, except for the really iconic scene of the Ark in the warehouse. The rest of the ending is not great either, I'd say. Okay, use a panacea on yourself. Well, that's something. Well, I think a lot of what it comes down to is Raiders has the better characters, it just doesn't have a good villain. Temple of Doom is weirdly dark, and it has... Willy is definitely a scrappy character. She's a character who is very difficult to actually like. Short Round? I've heard people complain about Short Round. I don't really have a problem with Short Round. There it is, we missed. Missed Ice Drain again. I don't really have a problem with Short Round. Possibly because a lot of my dislike is focused on Willy. This is going to go bad if she uses ice again. Yep, there it is. Need that extra turn. Like, the minute we start to falter is when we're done. When we lose everything. So I need to not react poorly with this. See how badly this goes here. That could have gone worse, and my Zeodyne would have wiped us out. Do an Agilao. And then another Agilao. And then set up Ice Drain and Meteorama. Now we're thinking on our feet. You had an opportunity there, Snake Woman. If she'd done either of those last turn, we would have been screwed. Would have been 2 characters down without me able to really do anything. It's one thing, and it's kind of an understated idea with the Shin Megami Tensei series, but it is one thing I do quite like. Often, it's not a case of beating a boss through brute strength, through level grinding or anything. It's a case of beating a boss through clever strategy and use of abilities. And I like that. That's actually kind of a problem. Unless me Patra gets off here. Of course, there is also the other side of Shin Megami Tensei, when it just kicks you in the balls for nothing, and then you're fucked. Why? Fuck you. If the character who was left, if the character who had been left was anyone other than Heat, we could have worked that. And now I need to try and get Argilla back in, and that's another turn lost. Whether we succeed or not, that's a turn gone. And the best thing we can hope for here is for them to both snap out of panic, which they didn't. And so now we've got the question of, are they going to actually do what I need them to now? Or is this just a case of, we're done, not because I screwed up, but because the game decided, you know what, you're done. The ideal here is 2 Agilaos to build up extra turns, and then Ice Drain and a Recon, and then try and work it from there. But that's not going to work. Surf is dumbfounded and has done nothing. Agilera is confused and has done something useful, but not what I needed right now. And now she's dead. And I'm almost dead, and I don't have the turns for this. Gonna have to be a revival gem. Do an Argilla because she's not weak to ice. Try and work this out. The game said fuck you when two characters were confused, the first two characters were confused, and then they both left the fight. At that point, the fight was done. There was nothing we could do, and there was nothing we could have done to prevent it. As good as Shin Megami Tensei can be, sometimes it will just do things like that, and that's one of the biggest problems with the series. You know what? I don't feel like going back into this. I'm gonna set everything back, and then we're gonna go do some grinding. We're gonna have a grind session. I feel like I could do it if luck permits. Quick cure be a good idea to stick that on, but that's just a chance. And as with all chances, we may still get screwed. The fight as it currently stands is luck based. There might be something we can do to change that, but it's going to require a bunch of grinding to maybe find a launcher that can deal with it. Also, just start getting people set up with Agidine. The biggest problem is Sonic Wave. Like you saw there, the fight was fine until Sonic Wave hit the wrong people and ended. Because confusion is a bad status in everything. I hate confusion just like I hate charm. But having the two characters leave the fight, it would have been better for them to do nothing. It would have been better for them to literally do nothing than leave the fight. And at that point, we were screwed. And the way it's set up, we can't go into the fight without having somebody who's weak to something. Heat's weak to ice, Cielo is weak to status effects, Gale is weak to electricity. The best one to cover is ice, because that ice attack is something we don't want to get hit with anyway. But this AI is smart. It's not going to do the ice attack when we have Ice Drain. It's not a case of like Varin, where Varin kept doing his special wind attack, his special force attack, when we had Drain Force. He kept doing that. This one isn't doing that. It's been an hour and a half and we've gotten through 2 fights. Fucking hell. But it's the two biggest problems there. Confusion, panic is a pain to deal with. That and trying to cover a weakness. And quick cure isn't even going to help when we've got Patra set up ready. Bottom right, we never go to the wolves territory. Interesting. I hadn't noticed that. We never go to the wolves territory. Alright. So this is probably going to be the best place for us to grind. And we also have a couple of things we can do. Because Surf and Heat both have Atma bonus. Try to increase the Atma we get per fight. And replace Sanma. And... No, you don't have it yet. You're working on it, right? Because that's your current mantra. Alright. So try and make the grinding go faster, but this is grinding. We're going to be grinding now. I sound kind of disappointed and dejected. I'm not dejected. Kind of fucking irritated that they just both characters left the fight. That's pissed me off a little. But I'm ready for the grind now. I expected it to be something we'd have to do again before we finish the game anyway. And the good news is, with me now barely focusing on the fights, we can have any conversation topic we want. And I can contribute without having to stop the game to actually talk about it. Because sometimes I can't speak. Are these doors locked? They've got to be. No, they're not. Yeah, this place was a pain. Pain to navigate. Yeah, we got Indiana Jones and Emperor's Tomb. Backwards compatible. You were fire, weren't you? Backwards compatible on Xbox One. No, you weren't. Were you ice? Backwards compatible on Xbox One. Get to that sometime. Be fun. It's a pretty fun game. You can get into fist fights and your hat can be knocked off, and you can pick your hat up when the fight's over and put it on all indie style. Really neat. I like that as a feature. You know, chances are you could pick one up fairly cheap. To be fair, with the price of them, I've debated a couple of times just going out and grabbing an Xbox One X. Because the price has gone down quite a bit. Sell my Xbox One S, get an X, and yeah, we've been to this room. Why does the map say we haven't? And like at that point, I don't have a 4K TV, but we'd get better performance. But then again, I don't notice any minor dips that way anyway. And I suppose I don't really care enough to go out and fork out a bunch of money for performance boost that I'm not going to notice. Yeah, that's fair enough. The backwards compatibility is great. I forget what these guys are weak to. Was it fire? Was it lightning? Was it earth? Earth. Like, backwards compatibility is just really convenient. I didn't put consume back on. Damn it. Like, backwards compatibility is really nice and convenient, because as much as I like doing stuff like playing my PS2, I really wish there was just one system I could use to do all of this. As few systems as possible for this would be the goal. Assume... Yeah, I don't even have diorama, that's fine. You don't need Zanma. And you don't need Zanma. Less wires to deal with, less space taken up. Less hoops to jump through, less consoles to have to own. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, okay, over there currently we have Dreamcast, PS2, Nintendo 64, Xbox 360, and the 360 I have specifically for 360 games and original Xbox games that aren't backwards compatible on Xbox One. PS4, PS3, Xbox One, Wii U, we have the Switch down there, PS TV over here. We got a bunch of stuff around. Trying to minimize how much we have with how much we can play is the main goal, really. As fewer systems as possible. It's why emulation of the systems that you can reliably emulate is just so much more convenient. I could have a Super Nintendo. I could have a load of games for it. Or I could emulate it, and it's so much less room. And in the end, that's the best part of it. I'm surrounded by content. It's not even taking into account my handhelds. What do we got? 2DS XL, the Super Nintendo Mini's there. Raspberry Pi is there. My Game Boy Advance SP. My other Game Boy Advance SP. My other Game Boy Advance SP down there. My Vita, my 3DS, my new 3DS. My PSP, my Game Boy Micro. I think that's all my handhelds. I have a Game Boy around here. My Game Boy Color up there. Yeah. Like, we've got systems. And there is a thing, like, I've got a Game Boy Advance SP, and it's great. It's one of the backlit models. It's fantastic. Looks great. And there is really something that just feels good about playing a system on its original, playing a game on its original hardware. Emulation's convenient, but there is something about playing a game on its original hardware that can't be beaten. But a lot of the times, that is not practical. Now let's start working with physical for you, because I am not made of money, and it'll give me like a few turns to deal with it. Honestly, startup sounds aren't overly tricky. For the most part, it's a case of you need the BIOS files, which you can get however you want. The ideal way is to get them from your own systems. I don't know how you would do that. That's up to you. The startup noises are pretty easy to deal with after that. You're right, it is the case. Original hardware, original controller. It's like spending a bunch of time on... I don't know where that goes. Let's go find out. Spending a bunch of time on PS2. especially recently with stuff like doing this and Project Zero and stuff like that, we never found the other side of that door. But yeah, it really makes me think, like, I really do prefer the DualShock 2 to the DualShock 3. And I think it's all down to the two back shoulder buttons. On the PS3, they are triggers, analog triggers, and I don't like them. It's not that I don't like triggers, the GameCube triggers are fine, PS4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, they're all fine. It's specifically the PS3 triggers. And consume him. Alright. Getting an actual DualShock 2 these days is so difficult. Yeah, the trigger button is the way they're angled. I think with the triggers, the controller feels pretty light anyway. Like, the DualShock 2 isn't a heavy controller. It feels kind of light. I feel like the DualShock 3 feels lighter, but the triggers in particular, they're still shaped. Like, you get a look at the shape of the button there. I like the way they tilt downwards. And they did the same thing with the DualShock 3 triggers. They tilt downwards. There's no proper grip on them as a result. Yeah. The weight was one of the main things I immediately noticed. Oh, fuck those. One of the main things I immediately noticed with the DualShock 4. The DualShock 4 feels heavier. And it's a good thing. Get there. It's got to be a way through a different configuration. That's definitely another problem with triggers. Like, if you look at the DualShock 2, the button ends here. There's a considerable amount left here of the controller. So you're not going to accidentally bump the shoulder button so much. Which, I'll say, like, that's not just a problem with PS3. The PS4, the PS4, the 360, the Xbox One will still have that problem. Okay, and eat. Pretty sure these guys are weak to ice. They're not. Were these guys lightning? They are too exposed. They're too exposed on everything. Except possibly the GameCube. And I would argue possibly the GameCube because the GameCube, again, has the little extra bit on the back separating the edge of the button. And the GameCube triggers are higher. Like, the edges of them are higher. They're basically built for a finger to fit into them. And I think it works better. But yeah, I would totally agree. Exposure. Exposure is the big thing. Alright. Change that mantra for yellow. And also teleport, because I don't want to be here. But yeah, exposure of the triggers is the biggest problem. That might be a problem that goes back to the original Xbox. It's been that long since I've looked at an original Xbox controller. You know what? I'm thinking about all Xbox controllers now, and Xbox controllers still have the little bit of the controller around the trigger button. It's not much, but it is there. They are less exposed than the PlayStation controllers are. The PS4 has the little bit around the shoulder button, but the triggers, the top of the triggers stick out more and go over that. So that little bit doesn't matter. Basically the same way the PS3 controller does. So that little bit means absolutely nothing. Alright, let's see if we can figure that out. I don't think that's necessarily an issue. I will say, going back to the Wii U recently and spending a bit of time with the Wii U, I feel like the Wii U's placement of buttons and analog sticks is not a bad idea. I feel like that does actually kind of work pretty well. Because the Wii U has the analog sticks up here, and the D-pad and the face buttons down here. For anybody who hasn't held a Wii U controller. Well, that's the thing, Ninja. Did you ever see the boomerang concept? The original PS3 controller concept. They did try to change it and people had a fit. Ergonomically, I could see it working pretty well. But the bottom plate, like ergonomically, it'd probably be pretty comfortable to place your hands around. But the button placement looked terrible. Like, that was probably the biggest problem. It becomes something like Microsoft is similarly stuck in one position. The only real change their controllers have ever had is adding a second set of shoulder buttons and using them to replace the black and white buttons. It was too big, and I think the button placement on it was bad. But yeah, the only real change, it becomes a case of like, I don't get why the Xbox 360 controller can't be used on the Xbox One. There is no reason for it beyond bullshit. Because it's the same fucking controller. Well, that's the thing, the only difference between the original Xbox controller and the 360 controller was they took the black and white buttons off and put them on the shoulders. So now instead of just triggers, You also had you had L1 and R1 as well, or LB and RB as they called them on Xbox. Okay. How much is as you dine? 100,000. We can take that. But yeah, I think the Wii U controller is underrated. Like, the layout of the gamepad isn't bad. Applying that directly to the Wii U Pro controller is pretty cool. It's a nice controller, and my only real complaint with it is the front of it is very glossy, which I think never looks clean. Hate that. It's like, okay, so the front of the PS2 controller is kind of shiny. Like, you get the shine on there. You get the shine. There you go, the shine. The Wii U Pro controller is super glossy and fingerprints all over it. Yeah, the black and white buttons, if you play backwards compatible on Xbox 360 or Xbox One, they're just the shoulder buttons now. You were fire. There we go. Original Xbox was kind of neat. There was some good stuff on it. Playing Halo back in the day was pretty cool. At some point, I do want to do a Halo stream. I've been meaning to do that with Klim. Run through the Halo games with Klim. And I really just need to set some time aside, work out when Klim's free, and we can jump through the Halo games. That'd be neat. Because Halo was cool. Halo was on top of the world for a reason at one point. But you had stuff like KOTOR was cool. You still had a bunch of third-party games. They didn't cut those out as early on Xbox as they did on GameCube. Stuff like KOTOR, Jade Empire, KOTOR 2 was pretty good until you got to like the end. Togi. Yeah, everybody knew about Halo 3. I didn't get a 360 until years later, probably like 2014. And as a result, I've still never been through Halo 3. The whole idea of finishing the fight kind of wore off after like 6 years of not being able to finish the fight. Yeah, I'll need to sit down with Klim and try and work that out sometime. It'd be fun. Oh, that was a big deal back in the day. Fuck no. Play for fun, not to prove anything. One of the best things is I don't play shooters anywhere near as much as I used to. I could do Halo on hard back in the day. Nowadays, I have trouble with Halo on normal. I'm not as good at shooters as I used to be. Largely because I stopped playing shooters when the modern military shooter became every shooter ever. So I just lost interest in the entire genre. Back in the day I could do Halo on hard. Doing Halo on Legendary? No. Halo co-op always had a really neat thing of, if a character dies, then the other character gets to keep going until either they die or they kill everybody in the current combat situation, at which point the character who died respawns. And Legendary turns that off. If you play co-op on Legendary, a character dies, you're back to a checkpoint, which removes the big benefit of co-op. You're a bitch. Okay, bring Godzilla back. I took a look at Legendary back in the day. It's not entertaining. People can do it all they want, prove whatever they want to themselves and others. I don't care. I'll sit here and play a game on easy if it's more fun for me. I have so many games to get through at this point, I don't give a fuck whether or not somebody's going to judge me for not playing on the hardest difficulty. I'll play on easy and I will not care. You ain't shaming me for that. Not you, Ninja, just like hypothetical. Just hypothetical somebody. Oh yeah, this fucker. Well, it's the thing, it's like how I'm not going to go through Dancing Must Die, but I respect Dancing Must Die's difficulty, because it changes up a bunch of the game. By, like, giving enemies new attacks and new AI patterns. It's not just they deal more damage, you deal less, which is a trend in difficulty that I hate. I always have hated it, it's stupid to me. It's why I respect Devil May Cry's difficulty. Ninja, you do you. You want to play Dancing Must Die, you play Dancing Must Die. If you don't want to play Dancing Must Die, don't play Dancing Must Die. You were lightning, weren't you? There we go. Yeah, you know, I'd be more interested in doing Dancing Must Die for any of the Devil May Cry games than I would be in doing all the secret missions. I honestly fuck secret missions. Oh, he's so finicky. That one secret mission in Devil May Cry 3 that wants you to stay in the air for 20 seconds, and it's like... It's doable. It's not fun. Yeah. I feel like they both have a selection of really bad ones. I mean, that one in Devil May Cry 1 where you have to jump up the skulls to get the blue orb fragment in the Colosseum. Like that. Especially since you have no camera control. Absolutely no camera control. Oh god, that one. That one comes so early as well. That is unbelievable. See, at that point, I just quit the game. Restart the entire thing. Pretty sure it doesn't register that. What's this? 15,000. Like that one? Ugh. Specifically because the one chance thing. It's like in Fire Emblem, where permadeath was a thing. And it's like, okay, let's be fair. If a character dies, I'm not going through the game having to deal with my failure. I'm quitting the mission and I'm restarting from my save point. That's why I'm okay with casual mode in Fire Emblem, because it cut out the middleman of quitting and restarting. Yeah, in the sewers. Devil May Cry 1's camera is a big problem for so much of those. Like, ugh. Especially for the skull hopping one, if you can get the camera lined up just right, it's just a case of forward, jump, 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 jump. But actually managing to get it just right is so awkward. Jest. No, I prefer guaranteed damage. It's one of those things like it's why I'll never really care about Devil May Cry secret missions. 4, like you talk about requiring specific abilities to beat the secret missions, 4 was really bad for that. There's one in particular I'm thinking of that you could not do when you first encounter it, and the game gives you no indication. Yeah, that one, where you need the shield ability, and you won't get it until hours later when you fight Credo. But the game makes no indication of that. There's a similar thing in Bayonetta where I have no interest in like 90% of the Alfheim levels. It's like, oh, gimmicky shit. Kill all these enemies with 3 kicks and 3 punches. What? Don't forget, there are ones that you can access with Nero that are meant for Dante, and vice versa. Yeah, it's something I'm really happy about in my personality of I don't give a shit about 100% completion, because I would get stuck on this for so long, so often. How often these games will just completely bullshit you. Like the Alpine stuff specifically is really gimmicky. I feel like they pulled some of that in with Devil May Cry 5. Try everything, but accept that some shit's bullshit. Because there's a difference between doing that and then doing the optional boss. And there's a specifically different mentality to the whole thing. Oh yeah, I was not saying the optional boss's name for a reason. Too late now, Ninja. If I was ever going to do the optional boss, Billy D. Williams. If I was ever going to do the optional boss, it would have been when I was younger. Even then, like, my dexterity in my fingers for a lot of this shit just wasn't there. Nowadays, it's less there. Ugh. Was the thing I was watching? It would have been earlier this year. Let's Play marathon of Devil May Cry series. They did 1, 3, 4 reboot. It came out last 2 years ago. It came out like 2 years ago. It was after Devil May Cry 5 had been announced, and it was done in hype of the lead up to Devil May Cry 5. And they made a really good point at one point, I think during 3. Where it's like, a lot of the shit, like Million Stab. Million Stab in Devil May Cry 3 requires so much mashing. There's going to be a point where we just can't do it anymore. And at that point, if we can't mash enough to pull off Million Stab, then there's a good chance we can't move our thumbs enough to actually play the game. Like, to play the game to the degree that it requires. But it'll happen. Well, at least she's not confused anymore. Yeah, but there's always a thing, like, seeing somebody you care about succeed at the games you enjoy is cool, but there's always a difference between seeing somebody else do something and doing something yourself. Yeah. Ah, shit. Yeah, there is a point where you just want to figure things out yourself. And there is a good feeling to that when you do succeed in figuring something like that out yourself. Should have just passed. You're Bufu. You are Zio. And Grenade, I guess. And do another Zio. Eat him. And do another grenade. Was hoping it'd kill somebody. On a completely different enemy, because there's no point in transforming Heat because he's muted. And the bullets didn't do enough. Like, that's the main problem. The bullets didn't do enough, which is why we're still here. Right, it's 3 people. Diaharan. I'll let you have one when you actually have one. Alright, so that's that one dealt with. What is that? Fire resist. Fire resist could be really good for surf, actually. Like, work that out. Fire resist for surf. Wind force resist for Argilla. Ice resist for heat. Electricity resist for gale, and I don't think there's a resist status ailments. Okay, that's done. What is this one? Ailment, death, spell. Spell led to boost, didn't it? Yeah, let's do that then. Yeah, I don't know. There's a... There. Perfect. No panic. No panic takes care of Sonic Wave. Sonic Wave is no longer a problem with no panic. We need everybody to learn that. It's the solution. No panic. And possibly get heat ice resist just in case. But at that point, if ice resist prevents the weakness, which it usually does, if I'm thinking right with other SMT games, if it prevents the weakness, then all of a sudden Snake Lady doesn't have anything. And at that point, all we need is for everybody to have Agidine and Fire Amp, and we've got everything. That fight will be completely prepared for. Oh yeah, I wanted everybody to try and learn Atma Boost. Sorry about that. Did you draw anything good, Chansum? Yeah, having everybody learn no panic. That's always the case, preparing specifically the boss fights. We have it set up for that and we're good. No panic, Agi dying, gives us fire amp as well. And then maybe give heat ice resist. Oh, which Zelda character? Old favourite, old favourite. Console or handheld? I'm gonna try and guess this. It's here, wasn't it? Was it? Inducing comes from protection, healing skills. There it is. Old but not super old. 2 gens console. Not super old suggests that it isn't gonna be a Link to the Past. This. Majora's Mask. Yeah, Link to the Past was my first Zelda. It was probably the first game I actually completed. Good times. I run through that game fairly quickly now. Under 3 hours. Not Majora's Mask. Wind Waker then, I'm gonna say. Oh yeah, he was learning Godly Beast. I need to remember to eat people when they're not frightened. The CM should do enough damage. I'm gonna eat everybody I want, Ninja. Newer than Wind Waker. Console based. At that point, I'd say it's Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword. I'm gonna say Twilight Princess. Skyward Sword is probably a little too new. Skyward Sword, damn. Yeah, it's been out for a while. There was the rumour a couple of years back that Nintendo were going to re-release it in some form on Switch. I never finished Skyward Sword. It's not even that I didn't like it, I just couldn't really be bothered playing with motion controls. I didn't get far enough to hate the motion controls, I just couldn't be bothered dealing with them. When I sit down to play a game, I don't want to be swinging my arms all over the place. Jirahim. Nice. The Jirahim fight that I did the first 2 dungeons, and the Jirahim fight was interesting. It's like, we do Zelda streams every now and then, we do Zelda games. We've been working through the series since Link to the Past, and we've done Ocarina, Majora, and Wind Waker now. The next one is Twilight Princess, and then after that, because I am not going to do Breath of the Wild on stream. But after that, we're in completely blind territory. It's kind of blind territory, because I never finished Skyward Sword, and I haven't beaten Link's Awakening, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, or Spirit Tracks. Or Minish Cap. I never did actually beat Minish Cap. And the only handheld Zelda game I have beaten was Phantom Hourglass. If I'd had one of the handheld Zeldas as a kid, probably would have beat it a bunch of times. Yeah, I remember when Pokemon Let's Go came out, and the forced motion controls of it, and there was a big thing I saw of people with disabilities speaking out against it, because all of a sudden here's a new Pokemon game, the only Pokemon game that demands motion controls, and people with various disabilities couldn't play it. And it's a case of Nintendo doesn't give a fuck because you play their games how they say or you don't play them at all. And it's infuriating for so many reasons. But especially in this day and age where accessibility in games is becoming more common. I played the demo of Pokemon Let's Go. I was on the fence about actually buying it because there's a bunch of stuff it does right that I like Pokemon appearing in the wild, creating the impression of an ecosystem. I like that. But overall, like, the battle system is still Pokemon, which is still boring as fuck. And I wasn't a fan of going to catch everything, because it didn't work well to begin with, and it wasn't fun. So I played the demo. That was ages ago. The demo stream is on my channel. It's like 20 minutes long, that video. And I decided, like, it's interesting. Not gonna go out and buy this, especially not for the price. This push for motion controls, and the fact that Nintendo keeps pushing it. Paper Mario: The Origami King is coming out, or is out, and it's got motion controls in it for seemingly no reason. And I was concerned when I first saw the trailer for it. It looked like the motion controls were in it. And there are, when Mario gets the big folded arms that stretch out thing, and he pulls stuff down, and that can only be done with motion controls. They won't let you use the right analog stick for some reason, because Nintendo. And it's bullshit that they keep doing this. That's pretty creative. I'd be curious to see the actual layout of that. Like, the accessibility controller that Microsoft put out is cool. It's a cool idea, and it's nice to see them actually pushing to include people. Along with stuff like more games having accessibility options. Like, not everybody can do quick time events. Not everybody can do button mashing. And stuff like Spider-Man on PS4 gives you the option of turning both of those off. Turning the button mashing to a hole is good stuff. And here's Nintendo still pushing the thing of, you play our games how we say, because we know what's best for you. And it is so unbelievable. I mean, I have a personal stake in it for my serious dislike of motion controls anyway, because I think they're a gimmick that needed to go away years ago. And they don't improve games, and they're not fun. But there is the very important point of it's completely excluding people. Not everybody can actually use them for these reasons. How many people couldn't play Skyward Sword? Like you said with your stepbrother. How many people, like your stepbrother, couldn't do Skyward Sword because of that shit? What about it couldn't be used with a controller? It should be optional. And the fact that Nintendo keeps making them not optional is complete bullshit. It's like, okay, Nintendo, like, we look at Skyward Sword, how could this be handled with a controller? Because it's all about the Wii Motion Plus and how the sword follows how you wave your sword. It's like, how could that be handled? The game didn't have a right analog stick because it forced you to use the nunchuck and Wiimote, which is not a comfortable controller combination to begin with. It's like, fuck, remember when you guys remember when I did Dark Side Chronicles for like 6 hours? And my hand was cramping after like 2? So it's like, okay, put it on a normal controller. You've got no camera control. It's your classic Zelda thing of you do the targeting to do the camera control. Map the sword to the right analog stick then. Is it a good control scheme? No, but it's not a good setup anyway you've got with that. And then bam, your big revelation that required motion controls is now on a controller and you've lost absolutely nothing. But no, because Nintendo is Nintendo, you will play Nintendo games how Nintendo tells you to play Nintendo games. And it's one of the most frustrating things, because Nintendo will put out fantastic games with some bullshit caveats. It's something I get kind of passionate about. And I'll be honest, it's not entirely for the sake of disabled people. It's because it pisses me off personally. And I'm not going to use the disabled people as an excuse for that. Because that would be disingenuous and would make me a prick. And I am a prick, but not for those reasons. It comes down to it, it's like, we got the Switch, and the Switch is a cool system. The idea of console and handheld hybrid, cool idea. So much of its form factor is sacrificed for that. As a handheld, it's not comfortable. The Joy-Cons as controllers are not comfortable. They're awful controllers. And I was looking around the other day. Last week, would have been last week. I was looking around to see if there's a good third-party option for Joy-Cons to get something maybe more comfortable to hold for when I'm holding the Switch. And there isn't. There's no good third-party option for it, which means you're stuck with the Joy-Cons, and the Joy-Cons are shit. Joy-Con drift is a legitimate problem that Nintendo has spent so long denying. It's like, oh yeah, no, the president of Nintendo finally came out and apologized for it. Cool. It's been like 3 years of Nintendo denying it was a thing. But there's also the fact, like, the buttons on the Joy-Cons are too small. And that sounds like a weird complaint. It's like, I don't have particularly big hands. So, like, consider for somebody with bigger hands. Yeah, they denied it for years. Even when they actually started accepting Joy-Cons with drift into repair, they denied Joy-Con drift was a thing. Like, publicly. It's like, I don't have big hands. I don't have big fingers. As men go, I'm kind of on the smaller end of hand sizes, which is convenient for me because more controllers are comfortable for me, more handhelds are comfortable for me. It's good. I hear people getting hand cramps around the Game Boy Advance SP. Doesn't happen with me. I'm glad of that. My hand size is great because of that. The buttons on the Joy-Cons are too small for me. And it becomes most apparent when I play something like Mario Kart. Mario Kart 8 on Switch, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I play that, and if I'm using Joy-Con, say I'm doing it in handheld mode, I can't go through a Grand Prix. I can't go through a 4-race Grand Prix without my thumb starting to hurt, because the buttons are too small and it's digging into me. The button is digging into my thumb. We get about halfway through race 3 and I have to pause because it's now physically painful because these buttons are too small. With my small hands. It's bullshit. And you think of somebody who actually has larger hands. Not to mention the fact that the Switch is just so uncomfortable holding handheld anyway. The entire thing is flat. Oh, you have to apologise. I have a Pro controller for a reason. Let me... Like, Switch Pro controller. It's a comfortable controller, it's got some weight to it, nice heft. Feels nice. The buttons are a nice size. Like, you get a look at the size of the buttons there. They're a nice size. And it works. At this point, since Nintendo finally introduced the option of remapping buttons on your controllers, I can remap the acceleration on Mario Kart 8 to be one of the shoulder buttons, and that's that problem taken care of. My recommendation would be, don't necessarily invest in a Switch Pro controller. Look at third-party options, because those Pro controllers are pricey. I think that was £60. Why is it £60? Because it's loaded with Nintendo's bullshit. It's got the HD rumble in it, it's got the NFC reader, it's got motion controls, but for some games it's not enough motion controls, so you have to use the Joy-Cons instead. It's like, okay, we go back to the actual form factor of the Switch though. The back of the Joy-Cons is flat, and it runs flush with the Switch itself, so it's all flat. There's nothing for you to grip on when you have it, which is a problem. I've said this before, and I feel like not enough people were paying attention when I said it. The Wii U gamepad, I think, is more comfortable than the Switch is in handheld. And people complain about the Wii U gamepad. It's one of the things, like, you buy a Switch, and because it's console handheld hybrid, you're inevitably going to be buying a bunch of the handheld accessories. The Wii U gamepad is way more comfortable. It's a little bulky, and I'd like the option to not use it on everything, but the Wii U gamepad is pretty comfortable. It does, it fits the hands way better. And the shoulder buttons are a better size. The shoulder buttons on Joy-Cons are so thin. Like, there's a thing people... Like, there are, like, trigger grips you can get for ZL and ZR. They're not my problem. My problem is L and R are so thin. And it's frustrating. But it's the case, like, a Switch isn't cheap. Nintendo hasn't dropped the price of them. They're still the same price now as they were when they launched. Even second-hand isn't that much cheaper. And so you end up with a case of... Well, I took care of the curse problem. You buy a Switch, and you're going to have to buy accessories for it, if you intend to ever take it out of its dock. You can find the stories of people taking the Switch out of its dock, playing it, putting it back in, and that is scratching the screen. And then there's concern of the screen itself, so you're going to want a screen protector of some kind. You're going to want a case for when you take it out to take it anywhere. You're going to probably want some kind of second charger for it to use while you're out. Like, the Switch feels so poorly designed in so many areas. Like, the whole thing is unbelievable. And the fact that so few people actually pull Nintendo up about it is bullshit. The Switch is a cool idea wrapped in bad decisions. Like, console level gaming on handheld, cool. The form factor could be better. It's like this big. Like this big to hold. Lengthwise, it's bigger than the Wii U gamepad. That's supposed to be a portable handheld. And I've criticised it before for its supposed portability. It's not very portable. You get a case for it, and the case is sizable. It's the one thing the Switch Lite did better, really. I would never take it out on public transportation. With how pricey that thing is, I get concerned about taking a PSP out on the bus. Like, what if somebody nicks that? A Switch? And people know what Switches are. Chances are, a lot of people you'll run across on the bus have forgotten what PSPs are. You might think you're playing on a weird-ass phone. People know what Switches are. People know Switches are worth money. I would not play a Switch on the bus. Terrify me. On a plane, maybe, but like people can't just take your Switch and then run off on a plane. I keep my Switch at home. There was a point where I took it to work a few times, but like it's so much space in my bag. Like, take it to work and play it at work because I sit alone in a room at work and play it there. That's kind of cute. But like, the Switch takes up so much space. And so it's like, okay, I can put this in my bag, and it takes up a bunch of space, and I can feel its weight in my bag. Or I could take my Vita. Or I could take my PSP. Or my 3DS. I have other options that are way more convenient than the Switch. Because as much as Nintendo will argue, the Switch isn't a great portable system. And that'd terrify me, especially since people are pricks. It's like, it's cute that little girl playing Switch and having a Zelda moment. That's cute. If I was a parent, I would be terrified that someone is just going to walk past the kid, grab the Switch out of their hands, and be gone. I wouldn't even use a handheld on the bus at this point. I'd read my Kindle. Who the fuck's stealing a Kindle? Also, I feel like I can hold a Kindle better. It's like, look how thin this is. Look at that. That's how thin it is. I can hold it, I can have it open, I can be reading it like this. I can have a good grip. And it's harder for someone to take it from me. And again, let's circle back around to what I was saying earlier. You can't have a good grip on the Switch. The entire form factor does not let you have a good grip on the Switch. Well, that's the thing. Like, how much does a Kindle go for? It's clearly not a tablet. Like, look at the size of it. Look at the actual screen of it. It's clearly not a tablet. And like, how much does a Kindle go for? Not much. Is it worth it? I can understand. I was more comfortable doing it when I was younger. I have a distinct memory of playing Silent Hill Origins on the bus on my PSP at one point. But now that I'm older, I'm really paranoid about it all. I could probably get some good gaming in on the bus. I have to go out. But I'm super paranoid about anything like that. So I've got to be like, anybody moving around me? Anybody going near me? Oh, somebody sat down next to me. Well, there goes that. I suppose the main thing is, I don't like playing my handhelds around other people. I don't trust people with that shit. It's like, okay, cool, I've got games on my phone. But I don't feel comfortable playing games on my phone. That's not even a paranoia thing, I just don't like playing games on my phone. So what do? Go on Reddit? Read a comic I've put on my phone? Do something that isn't gaming. I don't trust people not to be pricks, and like eventually either the bus fills up and you have to move your bag or whatever. I sooner or later feel like that's not going to work for me as an idea. Oh, Twilight Princess on GameCube, that's a pricey game. Yeah, I had a family member's kids try to steal some games. I think they got away with a couple of them before we noticed. Pissed me off. Yeah, no, let's get that. At this point, game-wise, I'm just glad I don't have to share my games with my siblings. That's how my Eternal Darkness was ruined on GameCube. I was terrified anytime I went out of the house. Terrified anytime I went out of the house that I'd come back and a game would be ruined or a save would be ruined, because it happens so much. I had a friend I trusted my copy of Final Fantasy X on PS2 once. It came back without the manual. Wasn't happy about that. I'm the oldest of 5. So it's like, oh yeah, no. Let your younger siblings play your games. Like back when I wasn't a Pokemon, it was selfish of me not to let my siblings play my Pokemon games because they have one save, and my siblings were pricks and would just delete the save and overwrite it. Back on PS1 and the PS1 days, somebody just filled in mantra. No. Back on the PS1 days, we're talking like burnt discs and everything. Back in the PS1 days, burnt disc. I had a copied disc that had Crash 1, 2, and 3 on it. I lent it to somebody at school. They didn't give it back before summer holidays hit. I lent, because in school it was always a case of lend for lend. So I lent them the Crash Bandicoot games on PS1 on one disc. They lent me Worms Armageddon. And Worms Armageddon's a great game, it's a lot of fun. It's what got me into Worms as a series. Come back after the summer, and the disc is ruined. Like the Crash Bandicoot, I get the disc back for the Crash Bandicoot games. The disc is ruined. And the consolation is, oh yeah, no, you can keep Worms Armageddon though. It's like, cool. But I like Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, that save shit didn't just happen with Pokemon. It happened on shit that had no reason to be overwritten like that.
I'm sorry. I'll make this quick.
Like, I went out one day, came back, and my brother had deleted my Metroid Prime save. The game has 3 save slots. Just deleted it. I don't want to fight this enemy like this. Yeah, people are pricks. It's the worst with siblings. When siblings are one ruining things for you. I went out one day and came back, and my youngest sibling had ruined my copy of Eternal Darkness on GameCube. I didn't get to play that game again for years. You know, I actually have a story kind of like that. I didn't break into somebody's house to get it back, because, yeah. Because I lead a boring life. Yeah, the ruined discs was way too common. In this house. Like, why won't you share your games with your siblings? Stop being selfish, they'll ruin them. Stop being they've ruined so many games. Stop being selfish. Oh well, I guess I can't do anything then, can I? Like I said, I have a story kinda like that with the Zelda Collector's Edition. I had a friend at work who was really into Fallout. Who was really into Fallout. And their copy of Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition was stolen. So I lent them my copy of Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition. And then that was stolen. It's actually really bad. The dude got robbed like twice in the space of a month. I think the first time they took a PS3 with a load of games. The second time, I think they just took some games because somebody caught them quickly. Dude was super apologetic. He ended up buying the game for me again, and not on my shelf. Must have given it to my sister. Yeah, they have it on Xbox now. And dude was super apologetic over the whole thing, and he did buy it for me again. He was a cool dude. That was back when we worked together. Then he moved up to management, and management changes people. Cool dude outside work, in work. Yeah, Buffalo. I've been barely paying attention to this game for a while now. There we go. Doesn't help, my throat's been really clogged. I always feel like I've got something jammed in my throat. Way too often. So whenever you see me like just go, what I've done is I've muted the mic. And I am trying to clear my throat. It's constant. It's like when I'm doing Let's Plays, one of the biggest problems in editing is going through it and cutting out all the coughing and throat clearing. See, it's not really a problem any other time of the day. It's when I'm on the mic that it becomes a problem. So I guess I have like the opposite problem. Wish we'd stop running into this guy. Alright, well, let's take care of this. Will say, a good chat really does help grinding feel less tedious. Always appreciate a good chat. Almost there. 6 realms, 6 realms. 6 realms is semi-recon. Yes. Well, I think of them. Yeah, no, I do remember those. Like coordinate 136. And their thing, was that the boat? It's like, no, that was the castle. Go through the castle. Yeah, no, I do remember those. And to be fair, like, you and Chance are both really contributing to the chat, Ninja. Don't put yourself down with that. And I appreciate everybody else who is here, who is busy doing something else, I assume, and is just lurking. But I appreciate the lurk. Yeah. For another conversation. Okay. Oh, sweet. Frozen food. You know what? Let's talk about, race celebration. Well, you live in America. Turning 21 is the cue to drink. Because they've tried to hold it back from you for so long. I feel like letting us, like, legally letting us drink when we're 18 makes it a case of, like, drinking, the allure of drinking has kind of worn off by the time we hit 21. Well, yeah, your first legal time. Like, being legally able to go out and do shit like that, just... simple, it works. I mean, let's be fair, we all drank before we were legal. Legal time. That bit in Mario Party where they say chance time, but it's like legal time. They fell into a burning ring of fire. It went down, 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 the flames went higher. And it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire. The ring of fire. Classic Mario Party is great. I don't get why Nintendo doesn't just do Mario Party 2 again. Shit, no, I remember more about them now. They're not weak to anything, are they? They're a right pain to deal with because of that, especially at that point in the game. Sweet. Okay, you were crying for a different reason then. I dreaded running into those things at coordinate 136. Petradi. But it's 250,000 though. That's a lot of money to spend. Yeah, having everybody work on ailment is a good idea. Cheaper, but it's got a practical use. We only mastered 2, didn't we? Yes, alright. Of all the reasons, though. Crazy. After we finish this, we still have to go through all of Persona 3. Or, like, most of Persona 3. Because, like a genius, I also started that. Though, to be fair, Persona 3 does have one thing definitely over this. And that's that the grinding is also progression. We did. I pretty much, I'm gonna say I've cancelled the Final Fantasy VII replay. Mostly because if we go through it again, when we go through it again, the monkeys you murdered. Yeah, I picked up a retranslation recently. Who was I talking to about that? I don't know, I picked up a retranslation of Final Fantasy VII, and I'm really curious about it. And so, like, chances are the only way I'm going to sit down and actually go through it will be on stream. And it'll be neat to share that with other people, because other people will also be able to look at it and be like, oh, that's different, that's new. Whereas I might miss some of that stuff. Yeah, so retranslation, I think the mod was done for PC, and somebody's taken the translation and applied it to the PS1 version. So I've got that. Really? You've never done 7, Ninja? Yeah, I think like when we go back to Final Fantasy VII, we'll do that instead. From start. Oh, I've got a list like that. Especially of RPGs like Breath of Fire 3, Legend of Dragoon, Legend of Legaia, Thousand Arms, Threads of Fate, Jade Cocoon, Udelka. And a big list. You've never seen anybody stream Final Fantasy VII? The PS1's really cool for RPGs, like the PS2 era, PS2, Xbox, GameCube, and by that I really mean the PS2 and like 2 games on the GameCube. It's probably my favourite era for JRPGs, but the PS1's really interesting to look at with it. Ended up buying the demo. I have a story similar to that. I bought Pokemon Colosseum once for the GameCube, and just kind of completely by chance, I ended up checking the box just after I left the shop, and what they'd given me wasn't Pokemon Colosseum, it was Pokemon Box for Ruby and Sapphire, which is literally just a Pokemon box for Pokemon from Ruby and Sapphire. You can transfer them to your GameCube memory card with this disc, with the GameCube link cable. Thankfully I happened to check it outside the shop, took it back, told the dude at the counter, I was like, dude, I just bought this, I just walked out, you saw me, you're the one who sold me this. This isn't Pokemon Colosseum, this is Pokemon Box. do you have Pokemon Coliseum in? And it turned out he didn't, so I got my money back. Years later, I would actually get Pokemon Coliseum and it bored the shit out of me. Yeah, Legend of Dragoon, my mod Bane, who is here but lurking, he spoke earlier, swears by that, one of his favourite RPGs on PS1. It was a little bit after the time where I'd just gone off Pokemon. Yeah, my mod Bane swears by Legend of Dragoon as one of the best RPGs on PS1. And I trust his opinion. We have very similar tastes. So it's been on my list for a while, and the main thing that's kept me from playing it is that it's a 4-disc JRPG, and that length is a little intimidating. If you ever ask Bane about Legend of Dragoon, there's a good chance he'll bring up the time he wrote to official PlayStation Magazine UK. There you go, there it is. That he wrote to official PlayStation Magazine UK, telling them that their score for Legend of Dragoon was wrong and that it's one of the best games he's ever played. He showed me the letter. I was like, gotta admire that passion. Yeah, like my interest in Legend of Dragoon pretty much stems almost entirely from Bane's recommendation. And I mean, looking back on it, the idea of a multi-disc game is intimidating in concept. It was never a guarantee of how long they'd be. Like, Final Fantasy VII can be done in like 30 hours. Not overly a problem. But there are plenty of single-disc games these days that go on for over 70. Yeah, they published it. He showed me the picture of his letter in the magazine. Multiple discs were a cool idea. As disc space became bigger, Persona, I'd say like several of the Shin Megami Tensei games on PS2. It's like Devil Summoner is an action RPG, so its shorter length is understandable, and Digital Devil Saga is, in concept, 2 halves of an RPG. So the length makes sense there. It adds up to about a full-length SNC RPG, combining both games. But Persona 3, Persona 4, and Lucifer's Call are all like 80 plus hour games. Right, we're down to 5-digit numbers. And that's not great. We're burning through mantras faster than we can actually make the money. Well, there's an old saying with video game magazines You get the official magazine for the previews and stuff because the official magazine has the connections. You get the unofficial magazine because the unofficial magazine is under no obligation to say nice things about the games that they've been sent. There's probably a way to condense that down into fewer words, but it's basically the principle of the idea. My favourite magazine when I was younger was a British-based GameCube magazine called NGC. I now have its entire run on my phone. And it's fun to go through every now and then. I really enjoyed that magazine. I lament the death of magazines sometimes. Magazines were so cool. That didn't work the way I wanted it to. Like, it amazes me sometimes that stuff like Xbox apparently still has an official magazine in publication. It's like, what? I think EGM still goes. Either EGM or Electronic Gaming Monthly, which is weirdly two different magazines. Just magazines. Need a better way to make money. And we should probably go back to the entrance and do a full heal. It's like we're spending money on mantras faster than we're making it. Oh, computer and video games, I know what you're talking about. Never read it. I've got a couple on my phone as PDFs. Retro Gamer, N64 magazine. N64 magazine became NGC issue 60. Super Play. Super Play is basically NGC in the Super Nintendo era. It went on to become N64 magazine, and then that became NGC. Yeah, they're the ones I've got. Because I loved the writing style as a kid, and the review style. And all the fun little articles they did about other stuff. Cool stuff. There's the weird thing with the Zelda collectors. Over here, you didn't have to subscribe to anything like that. The collector's edition was just sold at retail. And I know there's a thing in the US where you only got Ocarina of Time, and you got it in a separate box on GameCube if you pre-ordered Wind Waker. Over here, it was if you bought the first run of Wind Waker. So Wind Waker with Ocarina of Time, because the two discs were in the one box, is far more common over here than it is in the US. It's how I first played Master Quest. And then I got as far as the Fire Temple once, and just kind of stopped, because I don't think Master Quest is that entertaining. I don't think Master Quest is that enjoyable. The idea is nice, I think the execution is kind of shit. Let's go this way. From GameStop only, that's even worse. Retailer exclusive pre-order bonuses are bullshit. I mean, pre-order bonuses in general. People seem to have forgotten the Watch Dogs fiasco, which is something that shouldn't be forgotten. Like, never forget that Watch Dogs was sold in like 12 different editions, with pre-order bonuses exclusive to like 12 different stores. Like, Watch Dogs is a game, think of it what you will. Watch Dogs... The pre-order fiasco with Watch Dogs. Like... Let's not go this way. The pre-order fiasco with Watch Dogs was a case of... Like, almost every retailer had a different pre-order bonus. So if you wanted everything for Watch Dogs, you had to buy it like 7 times. Let's see what's over here in this configuration. There's a blue wall. Oh god, Sales of Hearts are. That's a difficult game to actually like. No, pre-order bonus are just pre-orders. Yeah. What about to buy it digital then? It's fairly common these days for something in a pre-order bonus, in a pre-order package, to later be included as part of a complete bundle. Like, that's pretty common. But there are a few games where that didn't happen. Every now and then, I think I went over this last time or the time before, it was recently. Pre-ordered Resident Evil 3 Remake because I wanted to play that when it came out. And I pre-ordered Smash Ultimate because I knew it wasn't going to drop in price, and then lo and behold, it never drops in price. At this point, for the most part, it really is a case of I can wait. I have so many games on my backlog as it is. I didn't pre-order Devil May Cry 5, but I did buy it close to launch. Yeah, I'm still kind of pissed that even though I pre-ordered RE3 Remake, I didn't get those costumes. Somebody hit the mantra, didn't they? Maybe we should go into the sewers. Maybe the sewers will give us more money. Yeah, some of that stuff sold out really quick. And it's like, you know, I'm glad that I don't do that anymore. The last collector's edition I bought was Persona 5. Pre-order only costumes, pre-order only upgrades. Pre-order a lot of things. Ugh. Yeah, Tales of Hearts R was the last Tales game I played through. I got really burnt out with Tales of Xillia 2, which is one of the grindiest RPGs I've played in years. Oh yeah, the Ash costume from The Evil Dead. I knew there was a good example and I couldn't think of it. Thank you, Ninja. We played Lollipop Chainsaw and it's like, in the credits, there's a credit for The Evil Dead. Or was it there was a credit for Army of Darkness. And it's like, what? Army of Darkness is Ash Williams in this game? Like, no, there's an Ash Williams costume. Okay, how do you get it? It was an exclusive pre-order bonus that is not available anywhere else. Fuck that. Yeah. Xillia 2 is so grindy, it is unbelievable. This looks promising. Like, I don't even remember how long my Xillia 2 save file, what the time was when I finished it. But it's so grindy, and they force you to grind for money so often because of the whole debt system in the game. Oh, this is worth it. Yeah, make use of a Soma. But, the debt system in Xillia 2, one of the worst things ever. At certain points in the story, the game will stop until you reach a certain amount of money, at which point they will automatically take it from you. And there's a whole system in the game of, like, you can't hold on to the money and then throw that money at them when you need to progress the story. Because if you hit more than double your next required payment, they'll take the money off you automatically. You don't get a chance to say no. But there's the thing, make your payment early. It doesn't matter, you'll still have to pay to progress the story when they want you to pay to progress the story. It doesn't postpone that at all. And here's the fun thing, if you pay early, that just increases the cost of the next payment, so you have to grind more for the next payment. You don't even have to finish paying it off by the end of the game. Like, doing that and running through it, and between Xillia and Xillia 2, in Xillia 2 there's maybe 5 new areas that weren't in Xillia 1. And you'll go through the areas that were in Xillia 1 so many times. It's such a copy-paste game. And finishing it really burnt me out. And as a result, I did not play another Tales game for several years until I played Tales of Hearts on Vita. And I swore that if I was ever going to do Tales of Xillia 2 again, for Let's Play, for stream, for whatever, then I was going to use New Game Plus to boost both experience and Gald. Yeah, I honestly didn't care. The endings were all bullshit anyway. There's a multiple choice ending. And the endings were all bullshit to begin with. The good ending was super easy to get. It didn't matter. Any other ending didn't matter. In the end, I was like, what was the point? And I was tired of it, I was burnt out. I sat down and started Tales of Berseria a couple of years ago, and I played it for like 5 hours, and I did enjoy it. I don't want to spoil what the endings are, as, you know, obviously. Like, the good ending is super easy to get. The hardest ending to get is probably the outright bad one, because you have to fight a really tough boss fight alone. But, yeah, I sat down with Tales of Berseria a few years ago, and did it for 5 hours and did really enjoy it, and then just never turned it on again, which is just one of the problems I have. That's disappointing. I have been told that Berseria is a prequel to Zestiria, which, given that I never saw that advertised anywhere, I assume is supposed to be a spoiler. But thankfully, I haven't played Zestiria, and so I'm at the point where I could probably just play Berseria and then Zestiria, and it wouldn't really matter to me. A money boost I can get. Yeah, I've been aiming for the next Tales game I do to be The Abyss. I was going to do it on 3DS, but then we started streaming, and it was like, I'll probably do it on stream at some point, so I've ended up getting it on PS2. Fun fact, was not released in this country on PS2. We didn't get it until 3DS. Interesting. I feel like the idea of Berseria being a prequel to Zestiria is supposed to be a secret until maybe a revelation in the game, because it's not called Zestiria Zero or something like that. It's like we do a Tales game at some point, and the one I'm aiming for I'll do first, because there's several choices like that I haven't done. I haven't done any of the big three. So like we could go with any of those, but I'm thinking Abyss. But yeah, it was not released in this country until the 3DS version. I started the 3DS version once, and it kind of put me in an awkward mood. Far off prequel sequel. Yeah, I started Abyss on 3DS, and it kind of put me in a bad mood because it opens with a voiced cutscene that has no subtitles on a handheld. And that says to me that this is a very lazy port of a PS2 game. And beyond that, I didn't want to play it without subtitles on a system where I'm not going to be guaranteed to hear what's going on all the time anyway. So I never did Abyss. I'll probably go for at least another half hour of this. Not super connected, that's good. Yeah, Zestiria is like way down the line on my list of them to play. Yeah. Is probably do Abyss, and then maybe do Symphonia at some point. Do Vesperia after that because gameplay improvements. Could arguably, because I think Symphonia came out before Abyss. So, gameplay-wise, it might be better to do Symphonia, Abyss, Vesperia. I also picked up Legendia, but I've heard that's garbage. What else do I got? Fan translation of Fantasia. I have Eternia on PSP. Oh, jeez. I heard the original PS2 version was pretty glitchy to begin with, but that they'd fixed some of those glitches on 3DS. I don't know how true that is. Yeah, I have a fan translation of Fantasia. I have Eternia on PSP, which was released in the US as Destiny 2. Apparently the PSP version of that didn't get re-released because Sony has a thing of demanding, with re-releases, there has to be a certain amount of extra content. Sony of America has a demand for that. Yeah, I could be into the music. I've heard, isn't Legendia supposed to be pretty short as well? Yeah, like Sony of America apparently had, I don't know if they still do have, but had this problem with re-releases. They had to have a certain amount of new content when the game was re-released. And Eternia apparently doesn't have that, so America didn't get it. The same is true of the PSP remake re-release of Breath of Fire 3. Didn't have enough new content, so they didn't give it a US release. No, I want to restore. I have Destiny somewhere. I have to look for that. What came after that? I think Symphonia might have come after that. Destiny 2, as far as I'm aware, was only released in Japan and doesn't have a fan translation. Oh, that's that. Then doesn't sound fun. Maybe we'll get to Legendia. We go long enough. Maybe we'll get to Legendia. But Destiny, the actual Destiny 2, as far as I'm aware, not released outside Japan, doesn't have a fan translation. After that, I think is Symphonia Abyss, Vesperia. I feel like there's another one on Full Story. I feel like there's another one on PS2 that wasn't released outside Japan. Tales series. Fantasia, Destiny, Eternia, Destiny 2 I don't have. Rebirth, that's it. I don't have Rebirth. I have Tales of the Tempest. I was getting confused between Legendia and Tempest. That's one. I've heard Legendia isn't great. I've heard Tempest is garbage and also really short. Yeah, you'd have to do the final chapter then. Innocence, I have a fan translation of. Vesperia, I have on 360 and I have the definitive edition on Switch. I have Symphonia Dawn of the New World as part of Symphonia Chronicles. Like Symphonia HD. Because I have Tales of Symphonia in its original GameCube release, and I have the HD version. And I'm undecided which version I do. Probably the original. Because I've heard the gameplay is better there. I've heard the PS2 version, because the HD version is a port of the PS2 version, has a bunch of extra content, runs worse. But I've heard that it also introduced a bunch of glitches in the PS2 version. So I'm gonna do it, I'll probably just do the GameCube version. Then there's Hearts. I did Hearts I did almost all of Hearts. Hearts was my first Tales game. What got me into the series. I did almost all of it. And I got to the final dungeon and just kind of stopped. So I never finished Hearts. Then Zillia 2, I did both of those. Zestiria and Basiria I haven't done. Tales of Arise is the new one that's been announced. They don't have Christoria listed here, the mobile one. Yeah, Tales of Arise. That one. Yeah, if I'm gonna go through them, like, there's definitely like a preferred order. I don't know if I want to go all the way back. I've tried doing Fantasia a few times, and the game seems super obtuse. Really doesn't explain enough. Christoria isn't out yet. STV till Hearts are. I would argue maybe find something else you could do as well. Like, don't just get a PSTV for Tales of Hearts R. Get figure out other stuff for it as well. I got my PSTV free. I bought my PS4, it came with a PSTV. Yeah, a bunch of stuff has been delayed. Although with Christoria being a mobile game, depending on what the mobile features of that are, could affect it more or less, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I assume you've played Hearts R, Chanson. It's like, don't get a PS TV just for Hearts R. Oh, not again, that one. That one, maybe? There's a few down here we could get. HP MP Drain. Started but haven't beaten it. Hearts R is not great. Part of it is down to the obvious cheapness of the localization. And, like, you put it down for a few years. I did that with Tokyo Xanadu. I was really enjoying that. Stuff happened, and as a result, I put it down and never finished it. But Hearts are, like, it's still got the Japanese voice track. Fair enough, a lot of Vita games have that, it doesn't ruin them. For some reason they renamed a bunch of the characters, including the main character. The main character's name in the West is Core, but they're using the Japanese voice track. His name is not Core in Japan. His name is like Shino or something. Shiro. Let me find out. Tales of Hearts are Core. I say it's super lazy. Core Meteor Shing. He's called Shing. Shing Meteorite. That's a fine name. Why change it to Core? And then again, there's the big problem. They've changed his name in the localization, but they're still using the Japanese voices. So whenever Core is referred to in conversation, it's as Shing. And it's like, what's the point? Is Shing a bad name? Eh. Once you notice it, it's really distracting. Happy about that. I hate Mudo. I hate all the Mudo skills. But yeah, beyond that, like gameplay-wise, combat is kind of neat. Shing is fine. Is it really any worse than, say, Luger? Like, the combat is kind of neat. It's neat to have, because they completely redid the combat for Hearts R, because it's originally a DS game. And Hearts R is a remake, for anybody who doesn't know. So, they completely redid the combat system, which is really neat. So you've got console-level Tails combat on handheld. That's cool. Bastards. Muramasa Reba, if you're going to do that, get the collection that gets you all of the extra Tails. But I am a Vita aficionado if you need any recommendations for games for a collection. Though bear in mind, you are probably going to have to get like 90% of it digital. Not just because of prices, but because of so many Vita games weren't released physically. I feel like the Vita ended up having this reputation as like the anime titty console. The anime titty console. Because if you saw games on the shelf for it, they were usually shit like Galgun. Like Galgun, Trillion, I think, got a console release. Criminal Girls got a console release. Remember, Criminal Girls is banned on Twitch. And like a lot of the really good stuff didn't get an actual physical release. And so, like, if you just looked at what you could get, you wouldn't get. You look what you can get physically, you'd probably see some stuff that you'd be like, Yeah, I was looking through the thing a little while back. Buddy linked me to the banned list on Twitch, and Criminal Girls is on there. Which is funny, even because it was toned down for the West. There we go. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff worth checking out on Vita. It's got some cool versions of console games. I'll be honest, I couldn't link you to the page. My best recommendation would be to Google it. Apparently it's not even the full list. Like, the only thing I knew for sure was on there was Honeypot. I didn't know Criminal Girls were in there. But like, there's some cool stuff. Favorite Vita titles. What did I spend? Persona 4 Golden, obviously. Fantastic. One of the main things I bought a Vita for. Lost Dimension was pretty cool. That was also on PS3. Final Fantasy X HD. I think it's been a while since I played my Vita. The Metal Gear Solid HD collection was fantastic. Trying to think of shit that's not also on other systems. Sly Trilogy was good. I knew when HD came out I was not going to platinum it, because I was not going to do the Thunder Plains again. I was not going to do the Thunder Plains for Lulu's Celestial Weapon again. What else was there? It's been a while since I've looked at my Vita. It's been a while since I've just done handheld gaming. That's fair enough. And to be fair, like, you're American, aren't you, Chancellor, I assume? The HD version was the international version, which... Yeah, Thunder Plains. The HD version was the international version, which we got in Europe. It took them that long to release Final Fantasy X in Europe that when we got it, it was the international version. So we got the Dark Aeons, we got Penance, we got all the extra stuff in the European release, which America didn't get until the HD release.
I'm sorry. I'll make this quick.
To be fair, neither's this country. Are you gonna tell us about Rayplay, Bane? Rayplay's an old name. Rayplay's a name you used to see on top 10 lists like 10 years ago of like most controversial games. Yandere Simulator's banned, which is kind of a shame, because Yandere Simulator looks interesting to me. It looks like Hitman in a high school, and that's kind of neat. But yeah, my Vita library is huge. I have almost everything on Vita worth owning. So if you are interested in the game and you're not sure about it, just ask and chances are I know it. Say the name will probably jog my memory. %, jeez. Hey, you forget how long it's been going for. Holy leader. I don't know the rest of the lyrics to the song. Holy leader. Yeah, like, actually saying some names will probably jog my memory. Probably help. Virtue's Last Reward on Vita is one of my favourite games on Vita. It's available on other stuff now, which is good. You can get it in the Nunnery Games bundle on PS4 and PC. It comes with the game before it, 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. If you're into visual novels, it's fantastic. Originally, it was Vita and 3DS only. Yeah, that might be why it's banned if that kind of thing was the focus early on. I only heard about Yandere Simulator a few years ago, and it looks really interesting. Like I say, like a Hitman in high school thing. If you're interested, I recommend Nonary Games, because it's the collection of Virtual Last Warden 999. It's available on PC, PS4, and Vita. Alright, we'll still be here when you get back, Chanson. We've been here for a while. I have no idea how many times we've leveled up. I don't think it's that many. I think Surf was already at like level 51 when we started. But we've done a bunch of mantras. You lost track. To be fair, if I'm not paying attention, you shouldn't have to. Yeah, that's grinding for you. You have to be doing the Nonary games at some point. It'd be pretty fun. I imagine you guys would be pretty into it. Could be a very interactive kind of stream. Let you guys make decisions. I have all of them on PS4 now. I think Zero Time Dilemma on PS4 is one of the platinums I have. Virtue's Last Reward on Vita is one of the platinums I have. You can make the decisions, Ninja. There's a reason you can make the decisions. Alright, new mantras. Nope, that's not why. I need to put an expiration date on that. Clock is ticking until I decide to put an expiration date on it. Need to think of a good song. Hopefully it'll be a song I know. Doesn't that get like 2 lines of lyrics before the whole thing's drowned out? No, you can't have a reprise of Yub Nub. Star Wars month is over. Well, that got nasty. Yeah, and getting revival. And then just keep doing Sara. Star Wars month is over. That's all I'm gonna go with. Okay, and revive again. I'm gonna have to buy a bunch more revival beads. And Tarazi. Pterodine. And you keep praying for your pitiful evolution. Oh, Cielo's actually pretty far on these. HP MP drain. See what it leads us to. Alright. Need no kid with no broomstick. We don't need no education. We don't need no kid with no broomstick. Back and forward, back and forward. It might have been intended to be a major part in episode 9, but then episode 9 came out and ignored almost everything episode 8 did. That's probably the worst part. Like, in the end, that's probably the worst thing about episode 8. Episode 9 came out and basically ignored it. Pretty much. Nice. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? It's Bane's fault again. It's like, okay, The Last Jedi is a mess of a movie. It had ideas. Not all of those ideas were good, but it had ideas that it set up that were kind of interesting. The idea of Kylo Ren being the main villain. But then episode 9 came along and just wiped all of its actually interesting ideas away. And it was like, well, what the fuck was the point? Oh, that'll do it. That'll say everything, won't it? Yeah, we fucked it up so bad we're gonna redo it, pretend it never happened. The only thing I've heard about Star Wars recently, because I really don't keep up with the news, is a new series called Bad Batch. I don't even know what it's about, but I'm going to assume it's clone troopers, and I'm on board with that. Maybe they'll make the answer like the rumors of Kathleen Kennedy being kicked out have been around since The Last Jedi, which, let's be fair, was like 4 years ago now. It's like, if they kick her out, who are they replacing her with? Because the only person I can think of who might actually suit the position would be Dave Filoni. But then if Dave Filoni is head of Lucasfilm, he isn't being able to make his own thing, which I feel like would be a problem. Is Bad Batch supposed to be clones in the Imperial Army? Or is it clones who went rogue? And if you can tell me in a way that doesn't spoil the last season of Clone Wars, I would appreciate it. But like, the idea of making the sequel trilogy non-canon creates a problem of you aren't getting the actors back. Like, make the sequel trilogy non-canon. It doesn't fix anything. You had the chance, you had the opportunity, you got all 3 of the big actors back. You got Peter Mayhew back as Chewbacca. Good on you. You got brownie points for all of that. Mark Hamill's basically done. He isn't going to come back. Harrison Ford isn't coming back unless you pay him so much money that it isn't going to be worth it anymore. Carrie Fisher's dead. Peter Mayhew's dead. Effective clone troops with unique talent. That sounds like the old ARC Troopers. The ARC Troopers were cool. It's like, oh, you know, look, good work. You're gonna reboot the whole thing. You've lost your opportunity, and the time has passed. You burn bridges. And let's be fair, Mark Hamill has made no real bones that he wasn't happy about the way shit went down. Harrison Ford is not going to come. Harrison Ford didn't want to come back in the first place. The amount of money they must have thrown him for that. Plus the guarantee that he'd die. I think, as much as the old EU being canon would be a nice idea, I think it can't work for several reasons. Like, you can't bring the actors back. I think the smartest idea would be to ignore the whole thing, and if you're going to do anything sequel-wise, set it like 100 years on. Do it like Legacy era. Yeah, I think Teek's right. It's probably the reason why they're setting up this whole High Republic thing. Want to try and focus projects there. That's cool, Chanson. The Resistance series I had no interest in because, let's be fair, the sequels made no real effort to make me give a shit about the Resistance as a group. So it's like, oh, Poe Dameron's in it. Cool. You had 3 movies to make me give a shit, and you had Oscar Isaac playing him. And you failed. Yeah, I've got mine 0. Often compared to Persona. I still think the biggest problem with the sequel trilogy is that they wasted Episode 7. And it's retroactively made Episode 7 worse. Episode 7 was never outstanding, but it was exactly what it needed to be. It was an opening to a new story. It was an opening to a new story in a familiar way. And you can argue history goes in cycles. You could have made that all work. And it could have been looked upon as maybe the weakest of the trilogy, because it's entirely set up, but still a solid movie in its own right. But now, because it led to nothing, the entire thing is so poorly looked on. Starkiller Base was silly. You know what else was silly? The Sun Crusher. You know what else was silly? The Darksaber. Star Wars is silly. Like, yeah, they could have done better than just bigger Death Star.
I'm sorry. I'll make this quick.
I still think Episode 7's a fine movie. It works as a setup. It was just wasted, because Episode 8 doesn't go with any of it. And then Episode 9 has to discard everything that Episode 8 did, so Episode 7's build-up and foreshadowing meant nothing. And retroactively, it makes it a problem to like. It's like, okay, we look at Episode 7. We look at Episode 7. Episode 7 did foreshadowing really well for a lot of stuff. It did character building, it did world building. And while it has the problem I have with a lot of what Disney has done with Star Wars... Oh yeah, Chansum, if you missed it, I have a mine 0. You haven't followed up with that. Oh god, bloody curse. There's no time jump between 7 and 8 now. Now you see, there's the problem. They could have. That's the problem. They could have had an idea of where they were going. They could have gone places with it. It had foreshadowing with Snoke being a thing. It had character building, world building. It had good stuff. I liked Rey in Episode 7. I despised her as a character in 8 and 9, but in 7 she was well set up. Finn was well set up. Poe was underutilized, but I was hopeful that he'd get something in the sequels. But 7 set up an interesting thing that I wanted to see more of. And 8 wasted that, and 9 tried to pull it all together and just couldn't. Like the whole thing with Episode 7 of the Starkiller Base has destroyed the group of planets that compose the New Republic. Snoke is a new threat. Kylo Ren struggling with actually being on the dark side. It set up interesting characters and left a good amount open to go with. Episode 7 was a solid movie, especially if we ignore a lot of the nostalgia pandering. It had good ideas there and a good foundation. And it was all wasted. Snowfall Golden is fantastic and is well worth play, especially if you haven't. East Memories of Salsetta is fantastic. I think that's getting a console release soon, or already has. East Origin, although you can get that on PS4 as well. East 8 Lacrimona of Dana. East is spelled YS like that. And the East series is great. Like, episode 7 had potential, it set up good ideas, and now it's looked down on so hard because they wasted those ideas. East is well worth. If you're into good music, East is the series to go for. It's fantastic music. You know what? I'm not going to disagree with you on that, Seek. They should have known where they were going. Barring that as an option, they should have followed episode 7 with episode 8, and they didn't. They did their own thing with episode 8, and it went nowhere. The entire East series, I can recommend the entire thing. A bunch of East games are available for PSP that you can play on Vita, and I recommend all of them. Although, look into East 1 and 2, they're sold together, East 1 and 2 Chronicles. Look into those, take a look at the gameplay before you decide to buy it, because they still retain the gameplay of their original versions when they were released in the 80s. And like I've said before, like, one of episode 7, you boil down episode 7's problems to one key thing: nothing happens. It's the midpoint of a trilogy and nothing happens. There's like 3 events that actually matter in the movie, which is particularly damning when episode 8 is the longest Star Wars movie. You see, there's the thing. With a franchise like Star Wars, you can have people there to figure out a satisfactory answer. It's a weird idea, but they could have worked that idea into something interesting. Yeah, like, the single biggest problem with episode 8 is nothing happens. There are 3 events that matter. Is it 3? Luke dies, Rey doesn't get any training. Snoke dies. Phasma dying doesn't really matter. The entire casino world doesn't matter. Snoke dying does matter, because it means they had to just pull Palpatine out of their arse, because they couldn't figure out how to make Kylo Ren into an actual villain. There's another one, I'm sure there is. I can't think of what it is. Like, that's it, that's all that really matters out of the entire movie, and the movie is so long. Also got to criticise how Finn's character basically went back to how he was in episode 7. Yeah, dies after not dying. That was a waste. MP recovery. Well, this thing, like, Finn not dying was done for stupid reasons. It's like, oh, we can't save the ones we love, how can we possibly win? Cool. Except, his sacrifice would have kept those doors shut, and now those doors are open, and they're just going to pour in and kill them. One thing, like, the main thing we have to take away from the sequels, it looks great, it sounds great, and the acting is fine. I feel like disparaging any of the actors or any of the crew for what went down is bullshit. And there were people there who wanted to be in Star Wars. I will pass down every single problem in the sequels to its writing. Because the story is shit. Everything else can be great. The actors did the best they could with what they were given, and they pulled in solid performances. The acting as a whole is better than almost everything in the prequels. Yeah. And the acting as a whole is better. Direction is definitely done better. The use of practical effects and sets over all CGI definitely looked better. John Williams was on point with the music. The cinematography is great. The big problem is the writing. And we're left with a story that is complete shit. Characters that don't do anything worthwhile, that don't grow, that don't matter. And the entire thing we're left with is a beautiful mess. If you can get into strategy RPGs, yeah. If you can get into strategy RPGs, the Disgaea games on Vita are really good. 4 has been re-released. Up until 4 got re-released last year, I think, or earlier this year. I don't know. The Vita was the best way to play. It came with all the DLC. 3 hasn't been re-released, and so the Vita is the best way to play 3. Disgaea 3. Yeah, we're at a problem here. We're running out of money. And all the mantras we've got left are expensive. Okay. We're burning through them too fast. I don't think so, Ninja. I think, if anything, we may end up having to switch from mantra grinding to money grinding. We'll really just have to see. We didn't get all the characters we wanted to have Agidine. I'm pretty sure. If there was some money boost that I could get. You didn't get Agidine. You did, and heat did. 15,000. Let's see if we can do anything with that. Danganronpa, I've done the first one. I enjoyed the first one. If you're into visual novels, if you're into stuff like Virtue's Last Reward and 999, or say Finish Right, you'll probably enjoy Danganronpa. I enjoyed Danganronpa. I played through the first one. I started the second one, did the first case, and then never continued. As part of my entire series of starting games and then not playing them. Not that it was bad, it's just that I stopped. I get some money to recover. Yeah, Danganronpa, yeah. I think the big problem you run into these days with the Vita, most of the games I have for Vita, I bought on sale. The sales would happen often. It'd be fairly often, and they'd be good prices. Nowadays, Vita games rarely go on sale. Which is pretty disappointing. Especially since digital is the only way to pick a lot of them up. I hope this is good, Ninja. That'll be a good random question. I think the concept of a Sony handheld is a good idea. I think Sony's entire handling of the Vita was garbage. They were ready to drop that system after the first year. Yeah, likening it to Phoenix Wright is a good idea, especially with the trials as a big focus of gameplay. Every chapter ends in a trial where you have to try and figure out who the murderer is. Good stuff. That's a real quote. Wow, it was back in February. It's like, hey, what was... Now, that was me talking about my lack of preparation. Of how I should have done certain things before I went into the final dungeon of Skies of Arcadia. I didn't throw my controller now. It was a case of like I was having a real bitch of a time against an optional boss who isn't foreshadowed in any way. The final of the Bane fight, of the civilian Bane fights. And it's kind of a problem. The fight sneaks up on you. The civilian Bane fights all happen. There's a civilian Bane fight in each dungeon, beginning with the pyramid under the red moon, and there is never any foreshadowing. There's never any warning for it. You go to open a chest, bam, you're in a difficult fight. There's no warning. There's no preparation. You walk into it, and you have to just try and beat it. We do have some good quotes. Bane does a good job of taking the shit I say at really good moments. Like we got to the last of those fights with the leader, and it was a long and difficult fight. I think I might have game overed on it. And it was talking about preparation that should have been done for the fight. And I think I did game over. And then just went straight back in and did the fight again. With no preparation at all. Just like, okay, here's the fight. I'm going to go and kick his ass this time. it wasn't specifically about preparation. It was changing the party. Thank you, Ninja. It was about changing the party. I went into the fight with Gilda, and I should have taken Enrique, because Enrique's ability would have solved the entire problem. And I realized when I went into the fight that I didn't, and I was stuck with Gilda. It's like I came straight into the final dungeon. I didn't change my party at all. I'm a genius. Welcome to my genius run of how to play Skies of Arcadia. Follow my steps exactly, and you'll die many times before you say fuck it and throw your controller across the room. That's the story behind that quote. There's other good quotes, and anybody can. You want to put a quote up? The command is just ! Quote. You want to see one of the quotes? All you have to do is type that in. It's available to everybody. Sometimes it feels like the bot prefers certain quotes. There's certain quotes that'll turn up every now and then you'll see them regularly. That's Chrono Facts, Ninja. Chrono Fact. Did you know that mecha-chrono is a founding member of the Justice League? Did you know that mecha-chrono essentially started the war on Cybertron after he called Megatron a whiny bitch with a AA battery? Bane added that one, that was good. I like that one. But yeah. There's a fucking item up there. How do I get up there? There are another set of stairs here. Yeah, it's ! Quote or ! Chrono Fact. And anybody can use them. It's just Bane who can add them, but anybody can bring them up. Let's be fair, Bane does have good. Bane does well with it. He chooses some good stuff. He's got the power, but he always complains about not having power. You know, fight like a bitch, I'll fight you like a bitch. In Final Fantasy VIII. I feel like I was angry at that point. Hit everyone in the face with the strength boner. Everybody's weak to the strength boner. I don't even remember how we started talking about strength boners. I don't even know how I would find this. Room. What else can we get? I remember that quote. That was a good quote. Let's take this thing down in style. And I go to shoot the enemy and realise I've not got any bullets. Oh, it has a cooldown chance. What's the cooldown on it? "15 seconds. Let me lower that to 10. There we go. Yeah. So try it again, Chance. That way. I never went in that door. We immediately came out. I don't even know what we were talking about there. As in Dark Souls, it would have been earlier on. I don't know what specifically that's about. To be fair, they're the ones that Bane takes. And they're good stuff. He does a very good job with... He does a very good job with selecting specific quotes. Sometimes it'll go a while between selecting them, but he does a good job of picking the good quotes. That was when we were wearing the disco costume in RE3. I remember that. We never did figure out how to get over there. Yeah, that was one of Bane's favourites. He made a clip of me saying that. One of the clips is me saying that. Bane clipped it. He was very happy about that. I remember that was a good quote. That was early on in the Castlevania marathon. I think during the second session of Lords of Shadow. That was Lords of Shadow 2, Bane. That was Lords of Shadow 2, Ninja. Don't bring it back up. Yeah, I said that. Like you made a clip out of it because you love the line that much. I don't remember. That would have been a quote on one of two fights. That would have been either the rupee fight or the fight with the imposters. Both of which are optional bounties. If it was the one with the rupee, then I regretted that. If it was one with the imposters, then it was a good idea. Yeah, I said that. I feel like context can help with some of this. Oh, you think you're behind? Hey, pause and unpause. It's always the best idea. I mean, that's one of the main reasons the chat appears on the screen, so you can see just how far behind you may or may not be. Oh yeah, that was the finale of Final Fantasy VIII. We purposely named Griever Buttman for that exact situation. Just waiting for Ultimisia to merge, to junction herself to Buttman. That was a good term. That entire final fight with Ultimisia was interesting. If you've never played Final Fantasy VIII, one of the characters has a limit break that pulls up random spells. And you can cycle through them until you find a spell that you want to use. And I usually use it for stuff like haste and stuff. One of the spells that can come up is called the End. It's guaranteed instant death on anything. And it came up during the final phase of Ultimisia's fight. The first time I'd ever seen it do that. I'd heard it could happen. First time I ever saw it. Yeah, that one is exactly what I mean when I say the bot seems to favour a few in particular times. There's actually a clip of There's a clip of me using the end on Ultimecia on the channel somewhere. I think I called it, it looks like it's the end for Ultimecia. You need a Wii U to play Wind Waker HD because Nintendo RDX. I have yet to change my stance on this. So we know there are at least 2 cell chests that we haven't gotten to. And I want to get them. Particularly because if they're good cells, we can sell for a bunch of money and be really helpful. I wouldn't say it was specifically Wind Waker HD. But I do have the Wind Waker HD. I did get the Wind Waker HD bundle Wii U. I got it second hand, but it's what I ended up with. Yeah, that wasn't long ago. Oh, that was actually over a month ago. Shit. I took long breaks earlier on in this game. But yeah, I bought my Wii U secondhand, and I managed to get the Wind Waker HD Deluxe Edition. So I have the Wii U gamepad with the Hylian on it and the Triforce, and it's really nice. I like it. That's pretty good. Ooh. Yeah, I never did check what shared karma does. It's a cool system. It's always weird to me now to see a Wii U gamepad that doesn't have the gold lettering on it. And that's always really weird to me now. I've not played Wii U since before I set up the camera. To be fair, I think the only Wii U game we ever played on stream was Wind Waker HD. Alright, let me find out what shared karma does. Who has it? Argilla has it? Alright, thanks for joining us, Bane. You take care, buddy. We'll catch you next time. You're not going to miss anything because we're not making any progress. But you take care, buddy. We'll catch you next time. The Wii U is pretty cool. In a lot of ways, the Wii U still has more going for it than the Switch. Not a bad idea. I don't even remember why I said that. It's funny though. Alright, who got shared karma? You don't have mutual karma on? That's a problem. There we go. Half karma when not in battle. So yeah, skipping it for mutual karma was worth it. Yeah, I feel in a bunch of ways that the Wii U is still has some stuff over the Switch. probably somebody I have to hit with death, aren't you? Then what's the point? Fuck it. Right, the Wii U has the Virtual Console. There's a bunch of really solid games for it that are better prices than the Switch. Like, Nintendo Selects was such a good thing for Switch. We never went through that door. We went through this door and then a cutscene happened, I remember. And then I think we were outside. Oh yeah, it was the blind stream of RE3 Make. Where does this go? We came all this way for nothing. We explored this entire mansion. How do we get here? Hyperdimension Neptunia is a very mediocre game. Rebirth is an improved version of that. And it has interesting ideas. It's kind of fanservice-y in the usual anime fanservice way. Each of the main characters represents a different game company. The whole thing's an allegory for the game industry. Kind of weird. But Rebirth is the Rebirth series, because they remade all three of them for Vita. The Rebirth series is an improved set of games. I'd say get Rebirth 1, see what you think of it. If you enjoy it, Rebirth 2 and Rebirth 3 there. I would recommend not getting any of the other Hyperdimension Neptunia games on Vita. Oh, that's an Elico. Our No Surge Plus is on Vita. Yeah, I'd say, like, get the first one. Try it out, see what you think. If you like it, get the others. If you don't bother. But if you get them on Vita, stick with Rebirth 1, 2, and Victory. I've never played any of the Arts and Elico games. I have Arts and Elico 1 and 2 and our No Search Plus. And I think they're connected, but I've not played them. But yeah, there are several Hyperdimension Neptunia games on Vita. Stick with the Rebirth games. Rebirth 1, Rebirth 2, and I don't remember what the third one is. I don't think it's just called Rebirth 3. Oh, you know it is. It's Rebirth 3 V Generation. Like, stick with those three. Don't go with the other ones. It's a decent RPG, but it's very fan servicey, and not everybody's into that. Check it out, see what you think. You might enjoy it, and then the entire trilogy is something you'll enjoy. But don't go for the other ones. Don't go for the other Hyperdimension Neptunia games on Vita. Because they're spin-offs, and they're mostly shit. Yeah. Well, might as well go to the save point. We're really not making money fast enough. Angel boost. That's cool. I'm not against fan servicey games. My problem comes when the fan service is done at the expense of the actual game. And the best example I can give you for that is Conception 2. It had subtitle, I don't remember what it was. Conception 2, framed fairly like Persona. Its single biggest problem is its gameplay is not great. It feels like they spent more time with thinking up innuendos. The conversations are full of innuendos. And it feels like they spent more time thinking that stuff up than actually making a good game. And it's kind of disappointing. Yeah, no, definitely so. Well, if it's visually interesting and a unique gameplay mechanic, may not be a bad thing. But Arts and Elco is pretty far down on my list, honestly, of RPGs to get to. Not that I have anything against it, there's just a lot above it that is really good. How the fuck? There are 2 cells here. I have no idea how to get to either of them. Like that, how do I get there? I remember that. We did Dawn of Sorrow for the Castlevania Marathon, and we got to the Clock Tower, and the Clock Tower is always where you fight death. Except in Dawn of Sorrow, where you fight Zephon there instead. The dude who stops time. What do we get there? I want to be done with this place. I need to go through the command list, actually. Dawn of Sorrow was the DS one that I quit halfway through because I was kind of bored. Let me edit the command list. Command. We can take uptime off there now because uptime is not required anymore. And disable uptime. Because that command was put on there before Twitch just started showing you how long a stream has been live for. Yeah. A bunch of shit we can probably sell. And Dinosaur is a good game. Well, we played 2 of them. We played Aria of Sorrow, which was really good and we did finish. And we played Dawn of Sorrow afterward. And I just got kind of bored of Dawn of Sorrow. Hmm. Ooh, special items. I don't know when we got these. I keep those. Hmm. Well, that's that. Guess we can go and give, I think it was Gale, a new mantra. It was Gale. Awesome. Yeah, we're at the point now where the mantras we've got left are super expensive. I know, Crisis. I was never overly into the original Dino Crisis. I think Dino Crisis 2 is a lot of fun. Never big in the first one. And then there's Dino Crisis 3, which at this point I want to do just mostly out of morbid curiosity. I did have it when I was younger, and didn't really spend much time with it because it's bad. But at this point, I've not played it in years, and it's kind of gotten that mysticism around it. I want to spend a bit of time on it, just to see it. No, it goes in a completely different direction, which I think is probably a good thing. Now, Crisis 1 is too complicated. Its systems don't work. Yeah. Its puzzles are pretty tedious. That was a person over there, and it was just the side of the block. Its puzzles are pretty tedious. Just navigation is tedious. A lot of it's tedious. I wouldn't say it's a game that needs a remake. I'd say it's a series that needs a new installment. Like, that's the main thing. I wouldn't say the original should be remade. Yeah, I did the same. I got it on PS3 and I've never finished it on PS3. Alright, let's set some stuff here for next time. Yeah, Lost Dimensions, it's an interesting turn-based strategy RPG with an interesting premise. Yeah. Hey, Magic. How you doing, buddy? You're actually catching us at the tail end of the stream as I'm making preparations to end. Been going for like 5 hours now, and I don't want to make any progress right now. Meteorama. Well, that's the thing, like, looking at Dino Crisis 1 and thinking of them remaking it in, say, the same way they remade Resident Evil 2. It's like, I feel like Dino Crisis would lose a lot of what it was actually about. Mipatra. Diorama. Not too bad, my throat's kinda sore. Might as well make use of Samarikar. Cost me like 150,000. Make me talk so much. Isn't that the point of the stream? Drain, ice, drain. Oh, you finished it. What did you end up thinking of it, Magic? Because I know you said it was your first time. You demand another 5-hour stream. Ugh. I don't know if I can grant you that. Okay, we've got As You Die, which means Fire Amp. Yeah, I knew we had to have it. Okay, so you're still on Agilau. Makes you the ideal candidate to have Ice Drain. Because you can do less damage because you don't have Fire Amp and Agidine. Let me see, Diorama, Diaharan. I think Diaharan is worth it yet? Diorama is. One thing definitely, I'll definitely say about Anniversary over the original. I feel like the aesthetic, they changed the aesthetic of Atlantis, and I don't like how it is in Anniversary. I prefer the original design. That's just me. Grabbing, yeah. That was my problem with Anniversary, and I think Underworld to a lesser extent. I think Anniversary was the worst of it. I don't think it was that bad in Legend. So if you're done with Anniversary, Magic, what's next? Are you doing more Tomb Raider games? Yuck. Fire Boost. Agidine. Interesting. Oh, you're waiting on Ghost of Tsushima. I will not be joining those streams because I am not sure if I want to play it yet. I do welcome your opinion on it, though. I would be interested to hear it. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see your brother do a Legend. I have a little bit of nostalgia for Legend. My big problem was when I went back to it, tried to go back to it, it bored me, which was upsetting. I'm missing something here. Am I? Nice Drain, Summer Recon, Mediorama. You have Mediorama? You do not. I have Makaja? No. Oh, I am. Wait a minute. No Panic. Shit, that's what I wanted. Have a good place for No Panic. I knew I was forgetting something. doing the time trials. Be interesting. I tried doing the time trials on Legend once because I think they were the only thing standing in my way of being able to use Soul Reaver, and I never finished them. I recall having trouble with the first level's time trial. Like, a bunch of the other levels weren't a problem. The first level was weirdly like, a lot harder. Right, let me put Null Panic. Not there. Over Diorama. Entire strategy is built around nullifying anything it can do. Mostly grinding. We came up against kind of a brick wall, and we've done a bunch of grinding. Really. And since you've turned up, because I don't want to just end after you've popped in, what we're going to do is we're going to take another crack at that boss that sent us on grinding. And see how that goes. Teek's still here. Teek has gone live. So I think we'll give this another shot. And then when we're done, we'll go raid Teek, who is playing Dragon Quest IV as part of his turn-based Tuesdays. That'll be in like at least 10 minutes though. Teek's cool, dude. If you're into RPGs, he does RPG playthroughs every Tuesday, turn-based Tuesdays. He's working his way through Final Fantasy series and Dragon Quest series. And he is currently a good way into Dragon Quest IV, Chapters of the Chosen. And when he's done with that, he'll be doing Final Fantasy IV. But first, let's take another crack at this boss and see if my preparations have been good, and let's find out what I inevitably forgot to put on. Thank you, Ninja. Okay. I remember. The Robot King. Is the Fairy Tail game gonna be an RPG? Thank you, Magic. Rock and roll. A snake lady rises from the sea of milk. That's interesting. I've seen stuff about it every now and then, but I haven't watched or read Fairy Tail, so I've not actually looked into it. Alright, snake bitch. Giving everybody Ice Drain should deal with the problem we had earlier. We're also doing way more damage now with Ajidyne plus Fire Ramp. See how this one goes. See, the AI for this one is actually pretty good. In particular, you notice every time she shocks or freezes somebody, she focuses attacks on them because it's guaranteed critical. Nothing fancy, just standard attacks because it's guaranteed critical. The AI for this boss is smart. The numbers are adding up, definitely. Okay, and you can do meteor armor. Putting Ice Drain on everybody was definitely a good idea. It gives us more versatility, which was a problem we had last time. I could really do with you not constantly getting shocked, Argilla. Want to start seeing those red numbers. I need to make a note of if Heat has Ice Drain. Because if he does, then I want him to be using Ice Drain while Surf uses Fire Ram, uses Agidyne, because Surf has a higher magic capability. He does, awesome. So in future we'll focus Ice Drain on Heat if we need to. And let Surf do Agidyne because he'll do more magic damage. Come on, give me those red numbers. The red numbers. Her opening with my Zeodyne can be a bit of a problem because there's a chance of shock. Yeah, another Agidyne. Then another Meteor Armor. And Ice Drain. You could have argued we didn't need to do as much grinding as we did. The big benefit of the grinding was two things. A lot of the grinding we did was unnecessary. The big benefit of the grinding was two things. Agidyne for two characters. We could have worked on it for a third. We probably should have. But Agidyne for two characters and Null Panic. Like, that's the big benefit of it. Because Panic was the biggest problem. Go back to the Sea of Milk. Yeah. That's right, Ninja. We won. And we won with ease. You throw some more points into Magic. Oh, you should have seen it when we started today, Magic. Like, oh, I messed up so many times earlier today. And it brings up the common point that I've stated a few times. Preparation in this game is the big key. Like, her casting Panic was a problem. But we had a point where she cast Panic, it hit two characters. Those characters then just left the fight. Which was such a problem. So preventing that from being a thing was super helpful. sort everybody back out again. Iron Stomach goes on the bottom. Assume. Is that the original Kingdom Hearts? The problem I find with Ansem in Kingdom Hearts is he can do so much damage so fast, and that's the real trouble. You can get caught up in one of his sweeps, and that can be it. Big problem. Big problem. How do you deal with it? So, at that point, was it a mandatory boss, Ninja? You played it on PS4, so it was final mixed version, which is what I did. I never actually finished. Yeah, if it's mandatory, I know exactly what you're talking about. I think they added the option to skip cutscenes in HD versions. Yeah, mandatory boss that wasn't in the original. I know exactly what boss you're talking about. The problem with the Ansem fight in Kingdom Hearts 1 is how often he can do a lot of damage before you can heal. That's the biggest problem. There's a specific phase of that fight because it's like a 7-phase fight, and there's a specific phase where he can just do so much damage you can get caught up in it and just keep doing damage. Oh, we did a bit of 3. Really certain Kingdom Hearts 2 parts. I was going through them before 3 because I just wanted to go through them, and I did 1, and 1's okay. I did 2. No, I did 1. 1's okay. I did Reach End of Memories, and Reach End of Memories is shit. Absolute garbage. Don't play it. And I thought maybe I'm just not into Kingdom Hearts anymore. Maybe I've outgrown it. The answer was no. It's just 2 is far better. I did that boss. It was tricky. It was tricky. I recall it being really tricky to figure out when its openings are. Yeah, Bane regularly tells me that Chain of Memories is so much better than Re-Chain of Memories. I can believe that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Birth by Sleep plays really well. I did 1, Reach End of Memories, and I quit halfway through Reach End of Memories because it's garbage. I did 2, I did 2 a lot, and beat it. It was the first time I'd done 2 Final Mix, which going from 2 to 2 Final Mix, 2 Final Mix has so much more story. Interesting. And then I went into Birth by Sleep Final Mix, and just kind of stopped. I do want to go back to it. At some point, definitely do Kingdom Hearts for the stream. Alright, here we go. See what's up this elevator she was protecting. A save point, wonderful. So this is kind of like that Looper stream, where we started off fighting Looper and lost a bunch, and then we did a bunch of grinding and preparation, and then won. It's basically that. You see, I want to maximize potential here, because like I feel like this is a waste. MP recovery won't be a waste. Yeah, how this mod's critical, isn't it? It's easy, normal, proud, then critical, right? Mana walk. Chakra walk. What the fuck's chakra walk? You walking in at my stream making Naruto references? Who do we lose? We lost Teak. Understandable, because he is streaming. Let's check what Chakra Walk is, because I want to see what the difference would be between that and Mana Walk. No, I have no problem with it. Naruto's fine. At some point I might even do the Ultimate Ninja Storm games. Who knows? I really wish you could look at what skills do before you buy them. Yeah. Thanks, Ninja. And this is what we've got. This is what we made past. No, MP wasn't restoring while we're walking. MP only restores if we spend items on it or go to a restore point. Mana Walk might recharge MP faster, or it might recharge MP regardless of whether or not the person is in the party. Which could be useful, but yeah, that's what Chakra Walk did. It's like, what does Mana Walk do then? But my point is, like, you can't check what things do before they buy. Yeah, before you buy them. Like, what does Mana Walk do? Have to buy it. Find out. Yeah, will next time be the finale of Digital Devil Saga? Who knows? It's entirely possible we'll go up and hit another wall and get nowhere. And like, especially after Ninja came in like an hour early today because he didn't want to miss the plot revelations, and absolutely no plot revelations have happened because we spent the entire time grinding. And I feel kind of bad about that, actually. Let's have another quote. That sounds about right, yeah. That also sounds about right. Well, that's the thing, like, you notice how there's no music playing? Huh. Interesting. It's quiet. That suggests a sense of atmosphere. This could be a huge room with nothing in it. Let's have another quote. Oh, yeah. The Bane spelt square wrong. And I thought it was funny, so I kept it. He can't delete them, he doesn't know how. Funny. It's true. I don't have a solar powered arm cannon. Pay no attention to certain things. But yeah. Who knows, maybe next time we'll find what is going on with the Karma Temple. No, it's a normal right arm ninja, and you shouldn't look too closely at it. Yeah, maybe next time we'll find out what's going on. The suggestion is that Sarah is the reason we weren't allowed in. Sarah's doing something. Why? But I guess we'll find out next time. We'll be back 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time GMT on Thursday with more Digital Devil Saga as we work to discover what the fuck's going on. In the meantime, I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. That is Ninja, Bane, Clem, Teak, Chansum. Who was the other dude who showed up? There was a dude who was in earlier, and I don't remember what the name was. Too far back, I don't know. There was a dude who showed up, he was pretty cool. Star popped in. Revelations were the friends we made along the way. There's a specific clip from Skies of Arcadia where we find a legendary treasure, and inside is a single coin and a note that basically says the treasure was the friends we made along the way. It was one of the funniest things. Ninja, Teak, Bane, Clem, Star popped in, Chansum, the dude who popped in, I can't remember his name. I said it right as well, and he was happy about that. And Magic. And Magic's cool. We're probably not gonna raid. Should we raid Teak? We should raid Teak. If you guys want to hang on, excuse me. If you guys want to hang on, we're gonna go and raid Teak. He's a cool dude. He is shall be forever be known. Teak's a cool dude. He is currently streaming Dragon Quest IV Chapters of the Chosen as part of his turn-based Tuesdays lineup, where he is currently playing through the Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy series. So if you guys want to hang on so we can go raid him, that'd be cool. Check him out, see what you think. He was in here earlier, so you may have been speaking with him. He's a cool dude. Once again, I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. Thank you so much for your support. Always really appreciate it. Big special thank you to everybody who joined the chat. Chat is basically what keeps these things going. We would not have been grinding for anywhere near as long as we did without the chat. Chat is basically what made the grinding bearable. But in the meantime, I want to thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. I'll catch you later, guys. Bye bye. See you later, guys. I'm gonna go raid Seek. Bye. Bye bye. Bye.